check my sound here. Sound looks good. Alright, we'll get started here in a little bit. We're going to keep going with what we've been doing, which is labs. Labs, labs, labs. So many labs. Fix Nightbot a little bit while we're at it. Fix Nightbot. Give it a second for people to show up, and I'll fix Nightbot real quick because I think some of my commands are a little bit older. Update the commands. Let's see if the book's updated. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Oh, no, gotta fix that. Spelled wrong. Spelt it wrong. Damn it. Don't normally spell stuff wrong. Seventh gate. There we go. Alright. Make sure that's right. That looks better. Okay, yeah, 7th gate, yeah. 7th. Alright. Good, good, good. Alright, we'll give people a little bit of time to wander in here and then we'll get going. Alright. Get going here in a second. First water bottle's down. Get going here. Give people a little bit of time to show up still. Grab your coffee or energy drinks or whatever you want. Get a lab, like get a notebook open. And write down some notes if you want to do labs with me. I'm also going to be cleaning up the book as I go, so it's going to be kind of like what we did yesterday for anybody that was around for that. Here's our labs link. For anybody that needs that, it's on Killer Coda. And give it another minute or so here. 5 minutes or so, really. Another thing that I probably won't work on right now, I've got a paper to write today, but I've got the syllabus that I'm putting together for, you know, Linux engineering for the enterprise, that kind of stuff. That's going to be coming out here. I probably won't get that done until, I mean, realistically, maybe the end of June. End of May, I mean, rather. So, yeah, how's it going, you all on site? We're just kind of waiting a minute, and then we're going to get down into labs. Get down into labs and clean up the last of the book and getting everything all organized. Look, there's Ranger. I was actually, I figured out right after I got off a stream what was happening with those alerts. But thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Let me see over here who the follow is from. I'm not saying all that. I'll just call you Aqua. Thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful. Yeah, Aqua. By the way, a big part of what I try to do with my teams that I'm on is like getting people to use Ansible, because you can use a lot. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, I come from the spaghetti scripts and Perl and Bash and C Shell, and I didn't really do any C Shell, but I was in C Shells. I didn't do any scripting there, but K Shell for sure. That's CSH. It's funny that it thinks I said seashell. Like she sells seashells by the seashore. Alright. That's funny to me. We'll get into labs here in a minute for anybody that wants to do it. I will get us into the first lab here. We are going to start with Ansible Vault. We've done the first 10 labs mostly yesterday. Yep, I worked on AIX and all those things, especially big IBM P595 and that architecture, which was like the racks were so big that when we rolled them in, we had to bring the top hat in separately and stuff. So yeah, I used to work on that with Lockheed many, I don't know, 15 plus years ago now. I used to do that kind of stuff. I've mostly gotten out of hardware lately. I don't go into data centers nearly as much anymore, but one of the things about being a Linux engineer is they're always like, well, that guy can hook up the cables too, and you're like, I mean, I can, but this happens, right? I tell you guys all the time, the more successful you are in any area of engineering, the more people are like, well, that guy can go do anything, and you're like, as such, I can, but that's not really what I need to. One of my buddies, Jared, he always tells people, I can do that, but that's not the best use of my time, right? Like, that's not the most functional use of my time. He's always telling people that. He's a data analytics guy. All right, did I pin this lab? I'm going to pin this lab. So, whoops, oh, geez. I'm going to pin this lab for you guys so that if anybody hops in late, they can do it with me. Pin lab. On the YouTube side, I'll just drop the lab in there so you guys have it. And make this a little bigger so you guys can actually read it. And we'll get into how Vault works inside of Ansible. Now, there's different tools that are called Vault, and you know, a lot of times when somebody's talking about Vault, they're talking about HashiCorp Vault. In fact, in some of my labs, I use HashiCorp Vault to show you guys how to hit APIs and that kind of stuff. That being said, though, Ansible Vault is a different thing. It is a local storage. You can do a local storage, and then if you use like Ansible Automation Platform, you can keep stuff up there as well. But let me turn this music down just a little bit. So down to like 10. There we go. It's just getting a little loud. Ansible Vault locally will encrypt things at an AES 256 encryption. That's the standard that they use. That's also the minimum cloud standard. So if you're ever taking like a CCSP or one of these tests where they say, hey, what's the minimum standard that you should go for encryption in the cloud for data at rest? It's almost always AES 256. That's the minimum according to ISC squared anyways, if anybody. It's funny how that did that, but anyways, okay. I'm constantly amused by my closed captioning when I look down there and see what the hell it's saying. It's very rarely exactly what we are actually talking about, but all right. Anyways, yeah, K-Shell and all that stuff. I had a buddy named Kurt Scott Hayes, and he would never leave K-Shell, and we're like, is it because it's your initials? So we used to always joke around with him. He was a really good engineer. He's still at Lockheed Martin last I checked. All right, so we'll close that up. Anybody that wants to do this lab with us, it's pinned, and let's get into it. It says that your team has decided they need to more securely keep their secret information. Over here, I've got this question. When we first do the run with -- extra vars and we're putting in a username and password at the command line, why might that be a bad idea, right? So I want you to think about that as we're doing that. Instead of just passing variables or values at the command line, you know that Ansible Vault can be used to securely store our variables. So in here, I say, let's look at this cat root hosts. There's our host file. It's always there. And cat root variables.yaml. And this is a simple little playbook in Ansible that will drop out, if I have a username and password variable that's passed to it in some way, it'll just say it on the screen. It'll just pop out, right? So I say verify the functionality and then make sure that it works. So let's run this and let's do it insecurely first, and that'll be part of the lab here. And then let's do it more securely in a way where we can have those variables stored, and then we can pass in a value. Now, one of you is probably going to think, well, hold on, you're just adding another password, and then you're decrypting this thing over here, and isn't that just the same thing? Because whoever has that password could decrypt it. This is true, yes. However, this is the idea of pipelining. I don't have to leave something in unencrypted plain text to be slurped up as part of a pipeline of like some bigger project. Only that process needs to know the password or the key or whatever token that we use to decrypt the actual username type password or system administrator type password or login to get into the system. So it ends up making sense as you do it in individual pieces. You might look at it and go, that's a bit silly. You're kind of like, you still have the password, so you could decrypt the stuff whenever you want. And I say yes, but this makes it more secure in a pipeline. So let's just look at it and we'll see. So we looked at the two things. We already hit these two buttons, but root hosts, and here's our variables playbook. And all this is going to do, again, is it's going to use with items, and it's going to loop out against the system. Now, hold on. Did I fix something yesterday? I swear I fixed something in one of these labs. It was this one. Hold on a second here. I think yesterday I had us doing... maybe not. Okay, anyways, we'll look at that later. But what I wanted to show you guys is this is an older standard right here. This with underscore items. Do you use Ansible for your Proxmox deploy VMs update? I don't use Proxmox. I use XCPNG. But yes, I do have patching inside of my playbooks in my home lab to patch all my stuff. Yeah, yeah. If you haven't seen that before, it's So in here, I have a site.yaml, which can run against any environment if I want to, and it can do pre-check. And then I had added some things where I just went and patched my CentOS 7 and 8 host groups. So you can do multiple host groups and playbooks inside of a playbook, if you will. And this does the patch and the reboot as inheritable roles, but then there's also pre-check. There's a lot of stuff that's really advanced that I'm showing right now as far as like how the Ansible pieces go. In the labs that we're doing right now, they're very simple pieces that we're touching. But if I go into like roles, pre-check, tasks. Hold on, this music might be too much. I'll get out of there. That was a little bit too much throat yelling or whatever the hell that was. All right. So this does some more group by YAML. So this goes out. Oh, what this does is this grabs a bunch of information in our servers and puts them into individual groups, right? Then if we, and then let's see, roles, and then what's the next one? Patching, right? Patch tasks. Here's my patch servers, so I just patch everything. And then I go down into, what was that one? Reboot, I think. And then my reboot is a little more elaborate because I only reboot my servers if, well, in this case, I think one condition is tested. I set my kernel reboot needed to false. Then I check for grubby to see what kernel my system wants to go to. Then I see if the kernel that I have is in that, or if my system wants to go to the new kernel. And if it does want to go to a new kernel, then I say reboot kernel needed true. I set that fact to true. And then I reboot the systems only if they need to reboot. So there's like these different things that I can do in patching. Also, I can have I have variables that I'll set on my servers where they're in their patch window or they're not in their patch window. And if they're in their patch window, this can execute. And if they're not in their patch windows, reboot isn't even on the table. There's a lot here to see, but yeah, the answer is I do patch my stuff in my home lab. And that's pretty complex. A lot of that stuff is up in our Discord from when I originally wrote it, like years ago. If you go to like our Ansible code section, there's a bunch of that stuff. But we could go over it sometime if you want, for sure. But very simply, we start with just this idea that I can loop over a bunch of variables. So I want to show you guys something about this real quick. VI loop variables. This with items, I wrote this probably when I was doing this out of habit. The common new way of doing this, the preferred method, is loop. So with items was the generation of a loop in Ansible for years gone by. The last 11 years I've been using it. But loop is the more current way, and then with loop you can use loop controls for counting and all kinds of other things. But just suffice it to say, whether you leave this as with underscore items or loop, each time that it steps through this debug, it's going to take the next item in the loop. So the first time it debugs, it's going to say username, whatever the username is, like if I use Scott, is in the variable list. Then it's going to loop through again, and password is going to be the item. So item is your counting variable, if you want to think of it like that from like a computer science standpoint, right? I'm going to leave it like that, fixed. It doesn't really matter. It'll work for you either way. And I'm going to run that playbook. Ansible playbook, variables, and it's going to say, oh, it says right here, this should break. Well, why did it break? Well, because in that playbook, there's a username and a password that don't exist. Yeah, I can really improve on that for my VMs. The most I ever do is set up cron. Yeah, Ewo, you can definitely use something like that. And you could have one system push all the patches, or you can set the systems up to pull the patches themselves. There's different ways to use Ansible. Oh, man. All right. So, it broke. But why did it break? It's because I didn't give any variables. So now I'm going to use a very common Ansible way of passing variables at the command line, where I say the extra variables are username is equal to Scott and password is equal to secure. And now it's going to loop over in that debug, and it's going to say Scott, which was the username, is in the variable list, and secure is in the variable list. I get that that's not very secure friendly. That's not really the way that we would do things. It even says over here, why is that a bad idea? Well, now at my command line, in my history, there's a history of the passwords. Now, we could argue that you already have to have compromised root to ever get at root's history. That is a valid argument as well. However, it's commonly, along sysadmins and stuff, it's kind of common that even if we're in a secure environment, we just don't leave stuff laying around. And this is almost the definition of stuff laying around. The first thing I do in an environment, if I'm managing servers and I've jumped to a server I've never been before, the very first thing I always do is a history. Well, there's two other things I do. If there's a problem with a server, I do an uptime to see what's changed, and I do a last pipe it to more to see who's on the system or who's been on the system. And also to see if a reboot was issued. That's my other thing. So when I come to, if this was a brand new server I've never been on, I would type uptime, and I would go, this server's been up an hour and 43 minutes, and then I would do last pipe it to more, and I would see who's logged into this box. I've seen system boots. One of the things you'll find is, this happens all the time, you'll get on a call, and the developer team that owns that, maybe prod server or whatever, they'll be like, none of us were anywhere near it, and then you're like, hold on a second, guys. I see 5 of you logging in at like 11 o'clock at night. I'm pretty sure you guys were on that server before it had a system reboot or a system crash. There's a bunch of different messages that can come up in here, and they can kind of hint a little bit before you go digging into logs at what's going on. And I try to tell you guys, one of my things is I will do the cheapest and quickest thing for my time to get to the right answer before I have to go dig. I mean, we can always go dig and parse log files and that kind of stuff. But before we get there, hopefully we can just get some quick answer. All right. So I'm going far afield, but the point is, we verified that our lab works, right? That our playbook works, but we're not doing it very securely here. So let's make it more secure. In this next part, it says create an Ansible vault. So I say, what is the encryption scheme in step 2 when you try to cap vault? Why is it so important? So let's create a vault, and in here we're going to give it a password. I'm going to give it a password like 1, 2, 3, 4. Super secure. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just like my luggage, right? And then, who knows what movie that's from? He goes, hey, that's the password to my luggage. Somebody here knows. All right, so Scott, or user1, and some strong password is now in vault. And then I'm going to cat vault. I can't read it. But what's the encryption standard? AES 256, right? So over here, if you were answering the question in the lab, what is the encryption scheme in step 2 when you tried to cat vault? Why is it important? It's AES 256. It is the minimum data at rest encryption standard for most cloud providers. So that is a acceptable thing. And then the question too is, can you read the file? No. So now, how do you view it, or how do you read it? You've got Ansible view, Ansible-Vault view the file, but now you need to know the password, right? And there's the information in there. Or I can do edit, and it'll use my default editor, and I can edit it, escape:"q, and it'll tell me if I made a change or not. So if I made a change, it would have said saved. You know, it'll tell me that it did a new one. So all this to show you guys that you can run these things, you can create these things, and then you could store these things in a secure fashion. So I hit check and I say, now we're going to run a new playbook. We're going to use a one called vault variables.yaml, and let's see if that can run those vault variables, but without us ever having to have put them in at the command line. So I'm going to clear this up, and I'm going to say cat root vault variables. And what does this one have? This one is a little different than the other one in that now we have this vars files, meaning I'm going to get variables from files. Sometimes we'll put environment files in here. We'll have like our developers give us whatever their, you know, whatever environment variables we need from them. They can give us that in an environment file and we'll push it. That's part of people that talk about like 12-factor app. One of the rules of the 12-factor app, if anybody cares about this, is that everything will be done in the environment files, right? Configuration will be maintained by some type of environment file. And that actually makes things super easy, because then I can do development, test, production, string, staging, QA, whatever I'm doing, just by changing my environment files, but it's still the same button push of Ansible. So I'm not telling any of you guys that you have to follow this, but I'm going to tell you a lot of companies will ask you. This is a good kind of knowledge thing. And I hear a lot of people joke around. I see all the memes and stuff. We share a lot of memes down our stuff. People are like, if I hear one more thing about the 12-factor app, and it's like, I get it, guys. I get it. Like, the cool thing is always annoying. But the cool thing on your resume gets you past the HR or the bot to at least go talk to a normal person, right? So putting that you understand 12-factor app is not a detriment. In fact, you'll see that if I'm ever looking, I don't do software engineering, but I look at the jobs often to be able to talk with, people in the ProLug group and other stuff like that. And I see 12-factor all the time on things. They want you to have like a solid understanding of these concepts, because all these things right here are required for proper DevOps, all of this stuff right here. So, if you're like, oh, I'm a DevOps engineer, you should be able to at least talk to some of those. Maybe you don't know all 12 of them off the top of your head, like they're, some kind of a commandment for you, but you can definitely tell me what they are, right? All right, so now, if I try to run this playbook the way I did before, just the regular playbook, this is going to crap all over the place. And here's why. Now it knows that there's a vault, and it knows I've got to decrypt the secrets, and it's going to say, we can't do it. Oh, I'm trying to do the original one. Hold on. Let's do the new one. This one's going to crap because it says, I'm trying to decrypt a vault, but I don't have the secret for it. Well, there's two ways to hand the secret in. One is to ask for it at the command line like this, ask vault pass. So we'll do that 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to properly decrypt, and it's going to dump both of those out to the screen for me. So good, right? I'm happy. Alternatively, I could put my password into a hidden file in my environment. I can make it readable only by the root user. And that pass file now could be read by Ansible as it comes along, and it can decrypt those as well. So you can do a vault password file equals some file in your environment, or you can give it a password each time with ask vault pass, and it's not echoed out to the screen. Either of those are still more secure than putting things in at the command line. Now, somebody that's astute might say, well, isn't this password still being held in some way in the system? The answer to that is true, and that's always true somewhere at some point. But we have, at least in this case, hidden it down and made it only readable by root. So now you're back to that same problem where somebody would have to compromise root and know where it is, you know, so there's that as well. But anyways, this is, you know, there's no perfect systems in this sense, but typically we can at least run this now and it'll go. So I'm gonna hit check. Look at you learning Ansible. You vaulted information and decrypted it to read variables. So you did all those things. And that's what it looks like to play that out as a task right there. Now, over here I have some questions. So when you first run it with extra vars, why it might be a bad idea, we talked about that. What is the encryption scheme? That was AES 256. When you created the vault, what was the format that you used to enter the key value pairs? So if you do your vault, Ansible vault view vault.yaml, right? What is that format right there? What is the format that you use to enter the key value pairs? Well, this is actually, and without getting too deep in the weeds on it, that's actually a YAML file, right? That is a YAML key value format. There's no equal sign. You can do equal sign if you just wanted something else to parse it out, but if you want Ansible to be able to read it in as variables from a YAML file, you have to do it this way. Okay, so that's something. It says, what are the two ways that you can pass the vault password to the playbook? You can hide it in a file and call it that way, or you can pass it in an interactive non-echo shell, right? Those are your options. What is the syntax for a variable in Ansible? It's 2 open curly brackets, the name of the variable, and then 2 closed curly brackets. These spaces do not need to be here. Some people like them for cleanliness. Some people like them all squished together. It's personal preference and coding style for people that do that. I tend to do them with the spaces because I think it looks cleaner, but some people like to squish everything in because they adhere perfectly to like the 48 character width or whatever, you know, whatever their standard is. So some people don't like the spaces. That's really up to you. Okay, so then digging deeper here. We've been adding these as we go, right? So what's our digging deeper here? We're gonna say for Ansible. Let's see. Ranger's not on his bed. Ansible vault. So here's a bunch of information about vault. I'm gonna say, read the documentation on Ansible vault here. And then I'm just gonna say, what are some techniques you read about that might be useful to you in the enterprise? How will you use? These are all like reflection questions for yourself. None of these are like you read the book and write them all up and send them to me or anything, but they're things for you to work on and understand this stuff better, right? Let's see. Interesting. Here's the format of the files. Let's say, what are the what is UTF type of So what is the UTF type of the vault encoded text files? Why might this be important to know? Because then you know how secure it is, and you also know what information is stored in there, so that you can, you know, at least verify that your file is correct and unaltered, right? Those kind of things are important to know. So, all right, so that's that. That's oops, didn't close that all down. But that's a good. I think that's a good start for that. And then the next lab we're going to do is the message of the day push. So this one is one of those more fun labs. I think all the labs are fun, but maybe this one's a little more fun, because then this one is. By the way, all of these are by me and the Professional Linux Users Group. I typically have them down there editing these things and working on them for me. See if we can get this thing to come up. All right. I have them down there editing for me and updating them and that kind of stuff. There's a few people that have done pull requests against the GitHub, because the GitHub is, or the Git repository for it is open. So you guys can use that if anybody's interested. All right, let's do this lab. This lab is here in lab 11. I'm going to say manually, and I'm going to go drop it on the YouTube site as well. So if anybody's hanging out and wants to do the lab over on YouTube, there it is. All right. And it says that we're going on ad break, so we'll hang out a second. Wait for everybody for a couple seconds here. I'm surprised none of the regulars are here, although I am on quite a bit earlier. I hopped on well over an hour earlier than normal, actually about an hour and a half earlier, because I wanted to get this done. My goal is to have the book updated and done by the end of April, and then I can just call it finished, and if I want to add anything to it, I can, but I want to have the book like at 100%, so that nobody will expect there to be anything new, but if I do put out anything new, it'll go to one of the cool things about LeanPub, I was telling you guys this about yesterday, is anybody that has the book from LeanPub gets updates anytime I republish. So they don't see when I do a new preview, but they do see when I do a new publish of the book. They get a new version of it updated and sent to them. So. All right, so we're going to keep doing this here in a minute. I'm waiting for the ad break to end, and then we'll get back to it. All right. Ad break's over. I was waiting for you guys, and we should get going. Hey, how's it going, Monkey Man? We are doing labs today. That's what we do on Sundays. So feel free to hang out and do labs with us if you want. We are on Lab 11, Message of the Day Push. We did this one the other day, but I didn't update it over here. So let's add to this. So I'll let you guys read this a little bit as I look over here. Oh, yeah, okay. So we're adding conditionals in this one. So this is the first time I really make you guys do some of that stuff. So let's read this. Your team has made mistakes. Your team has had mistakes. I feel like I should say has made mistakes. Anyways, has had mistakes because users don't know what server they've jumped into, specifically dev or prod environments. You've decided to push a message of the day file, MOTD, to all servers to help them know what systems they are on. Sometimes users get lost. The users are going to use, right? So let's look at our host file. And for the first time in all of these inventories, for the first time in any of the last 9 labs, well, last 8 labs, because in the second lab we did do some of this, I have a variable now. So control plane is in my environment prod, and node 01 is in environment dev. So that's the first time we've broken these out like this. Now we can keep adding variables. We can assign variables other ways. There's a whole lab on how that kind of works and that kind of stuff. So I said, look at these, and then let's look at this message of the day file. So root motd push, and in here, we're going to go against the host inventory servers, which is all of these servers, both of them, control plane and node 01. We're doing all the same stuff that we've been doing, but then now we debug the environmental variable, the env variable, from each of the servers. So when we get to this part of the playbook, I would expect control plane to pop out that it's prod, and node 01 to be dev. We do that. This is like a little sanity check. Like if you were testing a loop or something like that to make sure that things were executing the way you expected. And then we come down here, and there's a very simple push over if the file is prod, push over if the file is dev, and if you're copying, so we're using the copy module in both of these, and the source is root prod motd if you're in the environment prod. So if we find the name prod in the environment variable, we will then push this over to Etsy message of the day. And if you're in dev, we're going to look at the dev motd and push that over. So okay, I think that's pretty straightforward. I think that should work. Hey, thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. I think that worked, right? Yeah, look, there's Ranger. Are you doing Linux? Ranger's never impressed with us, guys. Ranger's never impressed. Look at this dog. Oh, he's not down there. Where's he at? I think he's running around because my wife's out back somewhere doing gardening and stuff. Hey, how's it going, Practical NPC? I've been hanging out in your channel a lot the last few days. So how's level building and game expansion going? Also, any of you guys that haven't been around here, on Sundays, all I do is labs. So I'm doing labs. We're also checking out my dog Ranger, seeing what he's up to. We are doing labs right now on message of the day pushes for Ansible. So what happens is, in an environment, when you log into servers, right? So I go here and I SSH to like, let's just cat it. And I want to know which of my servers are what type of environment. Maybe I'll go to like lab 6. If I have a message of the day file, it'll pop something big like that out on the screen. NPC, they're good. I have a set of labs that are out there that are all free, by the way, guys. Everything I do is free. Discord's free, all that kind of stuff. By the way, I don't think any of my mods are here to give a shout out to Practical, but we'll have to do that. I'll just call you Tom. Yeah, you can ask me whatever you want. I'll answer whatever I can, especially if it's around Ansible. But message of the day isn't necessarily needed, but sometimes it's nice that like as you jump into different servers, you see exactly kind of what environment you're in. So you can also change the PS1 variable here. If you guys have never seen this before, when you're on a Linux box, right, you know who you are, and you know you have these things, but you also have a bunch of variables, and the PS1 variable is the one that defines what's going on over here. So this right here is actually defined by this right here. That's a big old long mess. But what if I just wanted to change this? What if I just made the PS1 variable equal to Scott? I just say something like Scott is so great pound, right? Now, no matter what I do, my system tells me I'm so great. And then you say, well, what did you break something? No, because environmental variables are set as you log into a system through a set of like processes and files. So if I exit and come back in, it's fixed again. So could I change that permanently? Yeah, I can start messing around in like my bash rc file, right? Everybody's got a bash rc file, and this defines set background equal to dark so you guys can read it. This defines how my bash shell is all set up. All right, Tom, you said you want to get into data science, but you have no idea where to start. Any tips on where I should start? Let me tell you this. I am an amateur data scientist. I am a professional engineer and systems guy, but I am an amateur data scientist. I do that kind of stuff for fun. The best things that I could tell you for getting into data science right now are this. There is right now, a Humble Bundle open. There's a free Humble Bundle on data science right now. So if you go to bundles, and then you go to software. There's a one that's open right now on data science, and it's from Pact, so it's a lot of videos. I actually have that up in one of my other windows right now because I bought this. It's $20 for a bunch of different, you said down to 20, and it's a bunch of videos on different data science stuff, mostly Python and Pandas, right? But if you don't want to do that, like if you're like, Scott, I don't want to go that, I don't want to pay money yet, then I would say go to a thing like Measure Slack. Measure Slack. I'll give you guys this link in a second here. Measure Chat is where you'll get to. And there's a Slack channel out there with, last time I checked, it's about 25,000 data analytics engineers. So these are people that do like Google and Adobe analytics of web pages and stuff. And one of my good friends is very active in this, and he's a data architect. So he does like he works for a company that does about $1 billion a year in web sales. Actually, they just hit $1 billion last year for the first time in web sales. So they're a pretty big web company, and all he does is their data analytics stuff. That's all this guy does. So that's what I would do is I would always tell you, find a community that does the kind of things that you're interested in, and get involved with them, whether it be on Discord or IRC, or in this case Slack, right? This is called Measure Chat and Measure Slack, and I think you have to request to get added, and I think it used to be about a 3-week wait for them to approve, but you can get in there. You have to just go find how to get in there. I'm on the Slack. I haven't been in it in a long time though. But that's what I would do, is I would tell you to find engineers that are doing stuff. I would find courses that are out there that are either free or very cheap, like Humble Bundle. And then I would just start figuring things out and building a portfolio around the different types of things that you want to do. That's how I would get into data science. There's obviously always the other answer, which is go get yourself a bunch of certs, right? There's certs on that kind of stuff. I have a bunch of certs if people care about that. There's obviously going to college and working on that, but that's kind of playing the long game. If you want to get into it immediately, you have to probably find a group of people doing it and network with them. You've got to build up your skills, and then in lieu of having the job experience or the schooling, you have to start building projects and things that are interesting to you. By the way, one of the things I show you guys often around here when I'm doing my data science stuff is there are millions. I'm not saying like just a little bit. There are millions of, if we go to data.gov, there are millions of open data sets. Oh, this is 291,000. There's a bunch of other ones that are open APIs for you to go hit. So I'm going to get far afield if you guys let me. You guys are going to get me lost down in the weeds, but so hold on. Let me pull up my, do I have it on Spider? Spider is an IDE for Python. You could use any IDE you want in all the world, but this could be like a start of a little project. By the way, Kaggle is great too. If you want to get into data science, Kaggle is a free site that will give you data sets and show you how to use them. Maybe the easiest thing in all the world on Kaggle. And let me just sign in with my Google. So if you go here, if I can find it, hold on, where's there? You go to like a competition, but some competitions are just for, oh, come on, man, like housing prices. This is probably one of the easiest things in the world to do, but it shows you how to do linear regression in Python, right? It's like the easiest thing to do. And then you could go take that and modify it. By the way, they have code examples. They have all kinds of stuff. They don't leave you in any way in the base, you know, in the not knowing how to do it. But then once you go and you do this and you get it working, then you go apply this to some data set that's interesting to you. So if I open up Spider right here in my home lab, this is one that's interesting to me. I go hit this website right here. I'm going to link this to you guys. Then I'll pull it up. I go hit this website right here. And this is the U.S. earthquakes. It's an API call. You get JSON returned output. And right here, all the way up to here, you get all of the kind of metadata information around the earthquakes. There were 269 earthquakes in the last one day, so it's now minus 1 day. And here is the information about the first one of them, right? Where does it end here? Right here. No, it starts right here. Type to type, basically. So that's the first entry right there. Here's the next entry. And it gives us all this, right? And there's all this information that you can do. Then you go in and you take some tool like this, and I built this over time. This isn't like something, I don't know, we don't do an update. And I pull in a bunch of information, and then I go and I parse it down. I'm going to run this real quick. And it'll go and it'll build. Where is that? It's in my CEIS 310 folder. Hold on. This is in my college teaching folder. Documents, college teach. I originally built this for my college students to see. That's why it's in here. And here's my example from today, 0421, which is today. And this is all of the earthquakes for the last 24 hours according to that data site. plotted in a folium map. And by the way, it's earthquakes and explosions, so sometimes you get explosions on here. But you can go click on this, you can scroll in. And by the way, there's always all kinds of earthquakes up around here in Alaska. Sometimes you'll get a lot of them right here too, off of like Washington and out in the ocean here. But anyways, the point is I can come see this, and I meant to modify this just for my own, again, stupid, like, for fun stuff that I do, because I like to play with stuff. One of the things I meant to do is these markers that I post for each day. I need to do this one of these days. I was going to take the highest and the lowest value earthquake and change their colors. And that would be really easy to do, because look, it's just a little bit of Python here where I'm looping over all the range of all of the values that I see in that JSON output, and I just go and I plot in Folium all of those little things. And then all I would have to do is just calculate which one's the high and which one's the low for the day, right? I don't want to do it right now because I don't do enough Python to be able to do it without fumbling around. But the point is, just find stuff that's interesting to you. There's literally anything that you might want to know from the government is out here. One of my buddies asked the other day. One of my friends is he's getting his PhD. He's all but dissertation on his PhD in economics, and he teaches at UC Irvine. And this guy, he messaged a group of us the other day that are kind of in a similar circle with him, and he said, "Do any of you guys have like good data for all the cities in Colorado for crime?" Because he's mapping that to this other project that he's doing with economic status in Colorado around laws that have changed since like 2012, and he has mapped all of these treatments, and he's a math guy, right? He's a big math guy, so he's got all this stuff that he's been working on for his dissertation, and I helped show him some of the data sets that were in here that might have been useful for him. And at the end of the day, it ended up being funny. The FBI crime stuff was the most, because it was broken down by city and violent crime, and that's what he needed more than anything. But anyways, my point is, find things that are interesting to you. There are a lot of formal routes to go for learning engineering stuff and data analytics stuff, but there's also like the fun route where you just kind of, but when you want to get a job in that space, you have to spend time proving to other people, because at the end of the day, what's a job? What's an interview? It's, can I do the work? Will I do the work? Right? Most of us will do the work, or at least think we will, but the company wants to see if we can do the work, right? So if I don't have all the college and I don't have all the experience, my next best thing is to work on projects and go to like Kaggle, which is a free site, and I can download data sets and I can build my own code and I can show people the things that I've done that are in those spaces. And I tell everybody all the time, I'm an amateur data scientist. I am not a professional in that realm, but I can at least like pull down data, scrub it out, and turn it into some other format, which is really all data analytics is, like understanding how you pull down data, cleanse it, present it, and make it usable, right? Actionable data for a business and that kind of stuff. Also, I tell people in systems engineering, you got to know why a company wants you, right? Like, why does a company want you to work for them? Like, if we talk about, here, I'll just show you guys real quick. These are some of my different talks that I do. One is excelling in the engineering field. Where is that? Excelling in the engineering field after college. But again, and I don't care if you guys know who I am. I'm a real person. You can find me online. Whoops. I want to show you guys this. This is an understanding. My closed captioning back. This is it. There we go. I need to get this thing out of the way. All right, there's closed captioning. I just wanted that to be there. I think that like one of the really powerful things about getting into any industry is understanding why the people want you there, and this is the value that we add as engineers. We're either asked to know the best technology to deploy to answer some problem, or we're called on to troubleshoot things and know things. Those are like the two things that we do. And I tell people all the time, like, as engineers, we deal in truth, like giving accurate answers, being as pedantic as we can around exactly how a thing works. Not saying, oh, well, sometimes it does this and sometimes it does that. No, you need to be the one that knows how the internals of a thing works, right? Like, that's what engineering is. Understanding the engine, right? The engine of a thing. So, anyways, that's kind of my thoughts on it. This is this talk was about how to excel in the engineering field after college. But even if you didn't go to college, what are the things that I think you should be doing? And one of those that we were talking about was right here. which was how to get into like industry discussion and find like-minded people that are doing the same thing. I tell people all the time, if you want to write code today, there's open source projects out there. If you're willing to be the guy debugging it, which is like the lowest thing, and maybe working off some Jira tickets, you could be working on a project before we even get off of here, right? Ellipse, are you asking this one right here? This is just a talk that I give on like how to excel in engineering, understanding what your value is to an organization, and then how to keep yourself sharp. This is up in our Discord, by the way. I think it's under presentation somewhere. I talk about certifications. Certifications are great, but you don't need them. You can build yourself a home lab and work on stuff. I've got a home lab environment that's all built up, and then we jump into my Linux system sometimes. You know, that kind of stuff. Just depends what we're doing. Today, though, and I've gotten very far afield. Today we're doing Ansible labs. So I kind of jumped off because Practical NPC had raided over here. I need to do a shout out. Practical. If you guys don't follow him, you should. He's got really good. He builds games, and his game's pretty fun. It's just a fast-paced little memory game, and it's pretty fun. If I were younger and had all my speed, I would probably play that game. I remember way back in the day there was a little browser game called Meat Boy, and I think Meat Boy's still around, but I don't know if it's been ported to anything else. But it just used to be a flash game, and it was an extremely difficult platformer. And his game is kind of like that. They say that his game is like a Celeste clone, but there were games that were doing that Celeste stuff before Celeste ever came out. So just know that that's not the only one. I loved Meat Boy when I was younger, man. I beat every level on the first one and the second one in the browser when it was on. Was that Newgrounds or was that? It was either Newgrounds or it was on Armor Games or it was on. Oh shoot, what was the other one? With the little ants, Congregate. Those were ones. But yeah, I didn't know Super Meat Boy was. Man, if I was younger and still had my reaction time, I'd probably be playing those. But all right, so we understand how this is working. Let me rehash real quick. It's the start of our playbook, the normal header, where it tells us just an arbitrary what are we doing. Now we're going to debug how our systems are set up in their inventory file, and then we're going to push a file based on which one of the systems are doing what. So let's run this playbook real quick, and it's going to push everything over there. You're going to see skips. For the first time in any of the playbooks in these labs, you see a skip. And what happens is Ansible evaluates all of the inventory, and it skips whatever doesn't meet the condition. So, you know, I guess there's different ways we could have done it. You know, there's different ways that there were probably decisions over the years in the Ansible community like, well, we could just suppress it and only show the ones that we're hitting. But I kind of like it like this because if you have a lot of nodes that are being skipped, it will acknowledge for you, hey guys, I'm not touching any of those. I see them there in the inventory file, but they are not matching whatever condition you gave me. And I find that useful for me because I can also go troubleshoot. Also, debugging like this is fine when we only have 2 nodes, but debugging like this can be a real problem if you've got thousands of nodes. Like I tell you guys, my one cluster has 1,265 nodes, and my other cluster that I work on is 2,600 and something in 2 environments, though. So they're 2 mirrored environments of. That's the Noah cluster that I work on, the dogwood and cactus nodes, right? And I have to be able to hit all of them. So I don't really want to ever debug on those guys, right? But anyway, so we skip. And then I say, well, can I show me, let's show the login to both of those and just look at it. Oh, that's a mess. It's because I got it in such a big mode for you guys to be able to read. Hold on, a little bit more. There you go. Now it's nice. I can see one's dev and I can see one's prod. So if I SSH right here to node 01, I get that big and control plane. I will see prod. So I see those things, and I can exit back and be back in here. And MOTDs are not the only way to alert users, but they're a good way to, you know, maybe in a lot of high performance compute environments, we'll have a system air gapped. So all of our clusters sitting over here, and you jump in through a few login nodes. And what happens is we will put things in the message of the day. Maybe we'll have them auto generated when there's changes going on, or auto-generated when there's alerts of like, hey, in the next few months we're using SPAC to move to a new version of Python. Make sure that all your code is backwards compatible, or one that's coming up here at the end of this year is we're updating our storage. We have petabytes and petabytes of storage in a GPFS system, but that GPFS system is slowly aging out, and we're going to add a new GPFS system, slowly move the storage up there, and then connect all the nodes over to that. So that's like a type of project that we do. But I can be sending information to my users for, give them links and that kind of stuff. Even in a little putty session like this, we can send them links that then they can go grab and they can go read about the changes or whatever as much as they want to review. The point is, most of us just ignore message of the days, but you can make them very much about what's going on in the system so the users kind of see it. So it's another tool, right? It's another vehicle for administrators to talk to our users and let them know what's going on. All right. So anyways, we've got that. And let's see what the lab. So this is the book. I've been writing this book for a long time, and the book is on all the labs, and it cleans up a little bit about what they're doing. And I said, look at you learning Ansible. You pushed message of the day to all servers. You solved this challenge. So over here in the questions, it says, when you view the root host file, what is the difference from the previous inventory files? The key value pairs are variables that are assigned to each of those different systems. To Brad, that's pretty funny. I've seen PS1 variables change colors. You can actually set colors inside of a terminal, and I've seen like bright red for when you're in prod and green for when you're in non-prod. So I've seen different ways of doing it, but that is funny. Oh my god, prod. Oh my god, yeah, don't break prod. The when condition is used. How does that map to different files in the same location on different servers? How is the environment variable defined against the host? So if we cat out, where's this at? How did I do this? So I had two different sources, but the same destination, and then the difference is based on the environment variable. So you can have multiple different source files. By the way, I could have used the same source file and used a Jinja template to do the printout, right? So there's different ways that we could have done this. And we've done templating in other labs and stuff. Yeah, and if you can't get downtime, make downtime. That's an old systems administrator thing, systems engineer thing. I said, what happens in the playbook when executed to the servers that do not meet the when condition? Well, they get skipped. It's the first time we saw skip. How can this information help when debugging runs? Well, I can tell what's been skipped and what hasn't. So now we're adding to these, all these labs we've been adding. So I'm going to add over here loop in Ansible. And here's our Ansible community documentation for loops. And I'm going to say read the Ansible loop documentation here. I'm going to say, what are some useful things that you learned about loops? How might you use them? Use them in your future playbooks. Man, the song's repetitive. Alright, I gotta change it, guys. The song's killing me. It's got another minute of this shit. That was too much, guys. That was the same, like, 3 notes over and over again. It was killing me. Hey, thanks for the follow, Nana Banana Man. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. By the way, I think my alerts are all set up again. I found out that when I push alerts through, they can play sound or they can play text-to-speech, but they can't do both. So I opted to hear the sound with Lil Ranger when he pops up. So that kind of stuff is important. Let's see, bars loop, looking over a dictionary. We'll work on registering items with a variable later with a loop. do we retry a task? Might use this in the enterprise. So how might you retry and wait until something? I've never seen an until. That's a newer thing. They say that's newer in version 1.4. I've never used that before, so that's kind of an interesting thing. Try to task succeeds until a number of retries. Why is it important to set a maximum number of retries when using until? Right, so why is it just join the stream? Were you listening to Sansa? No, I was listening. That was a Dark Fantasy Studio song. I didn't see the name of the song, but I'm in my fast playlist here. So here's my playlist that I put together the other day. So I've got my stream 8-bit, I've got my stream acoustic, stream coffee shop. I don't think I'm ever going to play that unless somebody asks for that. Stream drums, that's okay. So there's our chill, there's our dark, and then there's our fast. So I was playing one of our fast things. And the song, actually let me go back. Let's see if it'll find the one that we were in. No. Maybe it was this one, Techno Cyberspace. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Keep looping. See, this one's one of our 8-bit ones, but it's also in our streaming fast. Anyways, go stream and chill. I like stream and chill stuff. Get that over here out of the way. But if any of you guys have recommendations or want to listen to any of those other ones, let me know. Yeah, so I bought them off of Humble Bundle, Inspector. So yeah, all of those are allowed for me to play. I have the it's royalty free, but I have a little license to use it in any of my stuff. I have that stuff, and then I also have the Dark Fantasy stuff, which was a few years back on Humble Bundle. And a lot of the Dark Fantasy stuff is actually like sound bites for games, but there was also like musical soundtracks, and some of them are, some of them are more fun than others. I like the dark stuff, like if we're working on stuff. But yeah, that's a way to do it. Man, there's a lot of looping stuff that was not around when I first did this. Look at all these variables that you can do with inside of a loop. So if you're running a loop over things, you can do that. Yeah. And actually, let me see. Humble Bundle might still have the... Oh, jeez. Humble Bundle might still have those up, Inspector, too. So if you do like any of those, it's hours and hours of music. I think it was under software. It might still be up there. Yeah, this was the Boombox one. This was it. So I think it's $20 for this. And some of them are better than others. Like this is technically out of the Bossa Nova. Yeah, and I think some of the Bossa Nova stuff sounds right. Yeah, if you have stuff that's for sure royalty free, you're allowed to use it however you want. Yeah. Some of these though, when you download them, you actually get a license with you get a little license key. So, and I mean, it's not like anybody's really checking, I don't think, but I still like to just make sure. Like when I was younger, I would just pirate things, but as I've gotten older, I'm like, yeah, I'll flip a guy a nickel if I like what he's doing, and that's a lot of. If you were to buy those all separately, it shows how much that's worth. I think it's a couple grand, but then with Humble Bundle, you get it all for $20. So I like that because then like $16 goes to charity anyways, and you're like, it's basically like I'm getting it all for like $4 and then some charity instead of, giving it to somebody else. So I think it's a pretty fair little deal. I kind of like that Humble Bundle does that too. Like, yeah, they're collecting their money. Nobody's saying they're not making money, and the company's still making money. Nobody's saying they're not. But you're also donating like 80% of it to, and you can play with the numbers if you guys ever buy Humble Bundle stuff. All right, so we've done this one. We've done this lab. We've beaten this up pretty good. Let's go to this. This lab is very much more complex than my other labs, in that it's conceptually more difficult. What I'm about to show you guys. What I mean by that isn't that I don't think anybody can do it. What I'm saying though is if you don't have a reason for what I'm going to show you, you're going to look at it like, what the hell are you doing, dude? But please believe that this is extremely useful as a systems engineer. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pin this lab for you guys. If anybody wants to do the lab with me, you can. Here it is. Pinned up right there. Set it to be there forever. I'm going to go drop it over on the YouTube side for the 1 or 2 people that might be hanging out in YouTube. There's the lab for this one. And this lab deals with system facts and grouping by facts. So some of the things I say over here are how do the files root prod patching fact and root dev patching fact differ? So there's some files we're going to look at. How are they similar, and what's the format of these files? So let's get into our lab here. Welcome to Prolog Ansible. And it says your team has decided to stamp variables to your servers so that your servers know information about themselves relative to their job functions. All right, so I want you guys to think about this. Most of you, when you're out there in the industry, you're going to have a thing called a CMDB, which is a configuration management database, CMDB. But your CMDB is going to be a hot mess, controlled by people that are typically not your team, but it deals with like an inventory of the systems, right? Now, sometimes we use the names of the systems to help give us clues about what's going on in the system. And sometimes we use the CMDB to give us updates and stuff. Like I've been in environments where if it's a P, it's a prod at the beginning of its name. If it's P, it's prod. And if it's anything else, it might be, what's the other one? P or, what's the other one? N. N would be non-prod, right? So P or N. P would be prod, N would be non-prod for our servers. And then they had like some data around the data center that they were in, and then whether they're Windows or Linux, and then just some arbitrary number, right? And I've seen all kinds of different naming schemes. But even that does not tell us who owns it, what patching group it's in, and maybe the CMDB knows that, the Configuration Management Database, but maybe the CMDB isn't, when I've been here, all good content or configuration management databases should have an API, and you should be able to read it if you're doing automation. But sometimes they don't do that. In fact, I used to have a real problem at AAA getting those guys to let me read stuff with my Ansible. So what I said was, all right, fine, F it. I'm gonna take that information when I get it, and I'm gonna stamp it to all my servers. So then when I go to run a playbook against a bunch of servers to patch them, yeah, I got the list out of the change, and I got the list that was approved by managers and all that kind of stuff. And yes, I did get it from the configuration management database. But if I can't, for some reason, have trusted up-to-date information on it, I will have information stamped on my servers. So when my servers come into the playbook, they can provide me information by which I can separate them out into different things. I know that sounds like a lot, but hold on. Think of it like a Plinko machine. If you guys have ever seen, they drop a bunch of little balls or like these little like round pegs, and then they bounce around and they go into all these different sections. That's exactly what I do. I don't care what you give me as my servers. I will properly break them out and patch them and do whatever I'm supposed to do with them based on information that I know. And in some cases, that information will be stamped to the server. So that's what we're doing here. So let's verify cat root hosts. There's our information, just like in our last host file. And then let's cat root custom fact push. And this is going to push some custom facts files. It's going to make sure that there's a directory for them to land in, etcAnsibleFacts.d. That's an extensible directory that Ansible looks in when it logs onto a server for facts. So when we do that gather facts at the beginning of a playbook, Ansible will go in here, if this directory exists on a server, and pull these are called Ansible custom facts. It will pull them out. So now we've got a root prod patching fact and a dev one, and this looks exactly like what we just saw with prod and dev in our last playbook where we were stamping the status. So now over here, we're going to, whether it's a prod patching fact or a dev one, it always lands on the server as a patching fact. So watch this real quick. Let's look at this server, or let's look at these two files, because that's the first question. How do they differ? How are they the same? So let's do that one, and then let's do our root dev. And then I also ask, what is the format of these files? Can anybody look at that and tell me what the file format is there? It doesn't help us any. It doesn't help you any to see the name, because the .fact doesn't tell us anything. That's an extension that Ansible looks for. But what about the applied format of that file? Now, you might not know anything else about it, but you might look at it and go, well, I know it's key value pairs. And I would be like, if you guys remember the first Avengers movie, where Iron Man tells Captain America, you know, he's like, it looks like it runs on some form of electricity. And he's like, well, you're not wrong. Well, you're not wrong here either. This is this is key value pairs. It is running on electricity too, but this is a JSON format, right? Or JSON, whatever you want to call it. JSON. There you go. That's a JSON format. It's key value pairs, and these facts are going to be pushed. Yeah, you can call it either way. Looks really useful. I've been slurping up JSON REST APIs into that. Then I can write powerful queries on it. Yeah. So watch what this does. We're going to go stamp this real quick to these servers. So that's going to be this right here. And if the server's a prod, it's going to get the prod one. And if it's dev, it's going to get the dev one. So look, they're in different patch groups. So when my Ansible playbook is going and hitting a bunch of servers, it can do a validation of, hey, I'm only supposed to be hitting group 1 tonight. Scott told me in the environment file, we're only patching group 1. So if there's 10 servers that happen to be in patch group 2, go ahead and throw them out in our, like I always have report templates that come out afterwards. Go ahead and throw them out over there. We'll let the junior engineers go mess with that while Scott's hitting. Because I always call this painting with a wide brush. When I do automation, I want to hit as many servers as I can. The end goal is always to go to sleep. The end goal is always to log off the computer and go to sleep. But I can't do that until patching's done and everything else is done, right? So I want to hit 95 to 97% of my servers, if it's 1,000 nodes, and then only have to fix 30 of them. Some of you guys are probably familiar with the Pareto rule or the Pareto distribution or whatever you want to call it, and that is an 80-20 rule. And that's fine. What that says is 80% of your problem come from 20% of your inputs, or 80% of your outcomes come from 20% of your inputs. That's a Pareto's rule, and you can go look that up. Pareto's rule, Pareto's distribution, whatever you want. But the point is, I want to hit as many of my things as I can. So this is a way to do it. This is another set of data points that are available for our systems to make decisions on. So let's go push this over to all the nodes. We've looked at it all, and I said when you execute the group by, what do you notice about the groupings that are on the servers after the playbook executes? And then what was this? Was this what you expect from the facts that you pushed over? Why is only one of the two servers in the rebooting group? So here's the rebooting group. True here, false here. That's going to be important later. Let's go look at this. So let's cat this. We already did all that. The group by is a little different. It's going to show all the group names that exist at the beginning. It's going to push them into groups based on the patching and the rebooting, and then it's going to show all the groups at the end. So raw groups before we start, change the grouping of the server based on the facts that they know about themselves, then give us an output at the end. So let's push the information over there. We made the facts directory because we needed to. We pushed the prod one over to the prod server and the dev one over to the dev server. Now, I realize, guys, that this is only 2 nodes, and you're probably looking at this going, oh, that's simple. That's 2 nodes. If you can do it against 2 nodes, you can do it against 10,000 nodes, guys. It's just an inventory file change. It's just a variable that you stick in there. By the way, if you added a bunch of servers to this and you didn't add these variables, they would all get skipped. You say, yeah, what's the behavior if they're not in there? They'd get skipped because they're not adhering to the when condition, right? So these are very safe type of things to do as far as logic goes in case somebody if somebody doesn't give you good inputs, right? Like your CMDB team gives you just shit inputs. Doesn't matter because you're controlling it yourself with what you expect to have on those servers. All right. So now let's do our groupings. I'm gonna make this a little wider here, and then we're gonna go here, boom, and we're gonna run, and we're gonna see what groups exist at the beginning, and then what's at the end. So look, we start up, and we said show what groups are active when this playbook starts. There's on control plane, he's in the servers group, and node 01 is in the servers group as well. That was what was fed into them by the host group right here. When we go all the way up and we cat hosts, they were in the servers group. That's the host group. On 2 occasions I've been asked, pray Mr. Babbage, did you put the machine shits inputs with the right answers come out? I'm only able to rightly apprehend the kind of... Inspector, it's almost always that, honestly, people just think that we're casting spells. I talk about this often. Like, I will look at managers and I will explain things to them in a meeting that they ask me to explain. Barring my normal answer, if I don't have time to explain to you the things that you don't yet know to get to this point. But let's take that aside, because I don't insult people. I don't try to insult their intelligence or anything. I'll explain something somebody asked me to. But always universally, especially if we're on like video call, I'll just see them go like this slowly. Like their eyes just glaze over and they're not listening anymore. And it's like, so then when they come back to me later with questions that I just know, like they're so far off on their base assumptions that like the question itself isn't even relevant. I can't even answer it for them. I just end up like drawing them something like this and going, here we go. Look at the rebooting group. This node's gonna reboot now. This one's not gonna reboot because it's not in the reboot. I try not to patronize people, but it's still like sometimes it's hard. But we do see, look, there's a different group 1 and group 2. Those are the patching groups that were in there, and they didn't exist at the beginning. But when you think about this may be like, oh, I have no use for that. But if you're used to just getting a big dump of servers on like a Friday night and patching them all, or like on a Saturday night window that you've agreed with the teams, this is very, very useful for, because I mean, once you start patching servers, right, they're going to go down and they're going to come back up. One of my favorite things to do is I will identify all the servers that were broken before we start, because nothing's worse than to get to the end. There's very few things worse than this anyways. To get to the end of a patching night and have like 7 servers that aren't coming back up, but they were already broken before the playbook started. And I'm telling you, if you didn't track that, you and your team are now on the hook to fix those F and 7 servers before you get to go to, and I told you guys, going to bed for the night is the goal. We want to get off of this call and go back to sleep. Whether it's a troubleshooting call or a patching or whatever, maintenance of systems, updating NFS mount points, and updating whatever we're doing in our cluster, right? But the point is, I can get these things and I can know, and the server knows these things about themselves. The server brings this. Even if I get shit data from the CMDB, I have this updated right here. So this is a very small subset of what I do on servers, but I did this to show this is something that me, and if you guys ever run into Pico down in our Discord, he and I built this for a place that he and I used to work, and we have it. This is very similar to what we did for our patch groupings, and whether we're rebooting, and whether it's an app server, a database, or a web server. And you might say, why do you want to know that? Well, if something's a web server, it almost always has an F5 or a load balancer of some type in front of it. And if it's got a load balancer in front of it, there's parts of the playbook that come into play where we drain it out and then wait, do the patching on it, bring it back up, check it, and then turn it back on in the load balancer. And you might say, Scott, that sounds real complex. It's not. It's a set of simple steps, but you have to know the information about if it's web. Because if I just say, hey guys, there's 10 servers we're patching tonight, and then we just go and do a yum update across all of them and then just reboot them all, it's a mess, right? You will have outages, you will have all kinds of stuff. But if the servers are aware of themselves, and if the systems that you're building can know these things about, then we can take different paths, again, through like that little Plinko machine I always think of. I don't care what they give me at the beginning of a patch window. My servers will all Plinko out to the right places, assuming that I know the right information. Now look, if they made a brand new set of servers, if they made a brand new thing called, let's say there was a new category here called data ingest or something, and I didn't know about it, well, obviously I can't deal with it then. I would have to probably have grouped it up as like an app server, because data ingest would fall under app to me then. But this can be as granular as you want or as high level as you want. And look, this one happens to be an app server in group 2, and it's rebooting. And then this one is app server and a web, no, and not a web server, it's just app server. But we could have grouped these things if we wanted to here. We didn't group on that fact, but we could have. Wait, where's that? Right here. We grouped on patch group and rebooting. But if I wanted to grab one of these blocks and set it based on one of these other variables, we could. This is one of these things. These labs are there to show you things, and then you're kind of sitting there looking at it like Predator inspecting the skulls going, okay, I understand what's going on here. When I take this thing out of the creature, it stops living, right? That's what Predator does. I'm sorry, I made the wife watch Predator a couple nights ago, and I've been using a lot of references. I always use a lot of Predator references, but all right. It says, look at you learning Ansible. You push custom facts and pulled them into different host groups. You solved the challenge. This might look like the simplest, most benign little thing that I've shown you guys, but this is probably one of the most valuable things. Predator inspecting skulls, yeah. He rips the skull. He rips the spine out of, what's his name? What's the Indian's name? Well, or native, as we call him now. What was his name? Not Charlie. Anyways, whatever. All right, so this is valuable, I think, very valuable. In fact, I've used this a lot, and this gets a lot of play in my environments, and it's a big part of why my environments look as clean as they do for all my automation. Because look, you can just start building automation, and it's going to be a mess. But controlling and like holding things and keeping like the things separated out into the right groups and stuff will greatly help you. And I was talking about this last night. Some of you guys that have been around have probably been like, man, this guy Scott's fucking insane, man. He talked about like controlling his systems with an iron fist. Yeah, if you control the systems and understand how they're tagged and labeled, you can do all kinds of things based on those. And that really starts to be kind of like your power. Again, the reference I always use in monitoring is if it bleeds data, we can monitor it, right? That's a Predator reference as well, right? If it bleeds, we can kill it. Anyway, so what values are persistent and what values only exist during the group by YAML playbook execution? So the variables that are persistent, or the things that are persistent, are the servers group is always there because that's part of the inventory. But the things that only exist during this playbook are the rebooting and the group 2 and those kind of things. Is this there too? Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot. You guys can do a lot of this stuff. I'm assuring you that. Why is it so important to create a directory etc Ansible facts.d to all the servers? Well, if you don't do that, Ansible won't be able to gather those facts as special facts. Or I'm going to show you what they're called. They're called Ansible custom facts. And I say, what is the module group by doing? Oh, found an error in my book with the different keys. How might this set a different value for the grouping? What other groups might you use in your organization? So we could grab any of those and pull any of those different files. We just looked at that. So let's go digging deeper. Let me show you guys something here on this playbook. While that's there on those servers, I'm going to do something else. So after we do, the custom fact push is done. So I'm going to run a different playbook. So cat root hosts. I'm going to run an ad hoc command. Ad hoc commands are just one-offs, right? I'm going to say Ansible playbook servers. That's the inventory group, right? That's the host group right here inside the inventory file. -I root hosts servers. And I'm going to go like this. I'm going to say -m setup. And then the argument is going to be Ansible custom. Yeah, let's try this. Ansible custom. Let's see. Wait. -m setup. Oh, do I have a space after the -a? Huh. -a. Oh, sorry guys, that's filter. Ansible custom. That was my bad. So the argument has to be filter. What? -m setup. Let's just do setup. Okay, we'll go look at it. Doing it live. Oh, guys, somebody stop me. You don't. So this is an Ansible ad hoc command. You don't need playbook. This is just an Ansible command. Somebody needs to stop me and save me from myself. All right, so check this out. Oh, it didn't find it, so let's take that off. Still doesn't find it, so we'll just take the whole filter off and we'll go find it manually. This is going to be a lot of information to wade through. But I want you guys to come up here. So it's Ansible custom facts. Watch. They're all in order too. Ansible custom facts. Why did I say that? This reason. Okay. Do it like this. Wait a minute. What is that? See you. I'm trying to find the Ansible custom facts. Should be Ansible underscore custom facts. Unless they've moved it somewhere. Is it Ansible local? It's Ansible local, guys. That was my bad. Yeah, sorry guys, it was my bad. It's Ansible local. I haven't looked at it in long enough. You can see that I don't know what I'm talking about. But anyways, here's Ansible local. So, look at this. So you might say, Scott, that looks a lot like those patching facts that we had. Ansible facts. Yeah, it's alphabetical, but yeah. So there's our Ansible facts right there. I just had to get the right name, so that's how I called it. Was we filtered by that. So now, those servers from now on, with those stamped values in there, will always have those facts as part of them. And you might say, well, how hard is that to change it? Just push a new file. I can push a new file anytime. So I'm using a file here, but I could use a template. I could use a template with Jinja, and I can grab those pieces of information from an API. So let's say that I don't trust my CMDB. And by the way, your CMDB is always going to be shit, guys. I'm telling you, like, even if you have a good team that maintains it, there's too many moving pieces for it always to be 100%. So maybe you have some other things that you validate against, or you check, or you just, there's all kinds of sanity checks that you might do. Like I talk about pulling satellite or Sharewell or your AWS APIs to get what servers you have available. There's all these ways that we can do stuff, but we pull down this fact here. We stamp it to the server, and we could stamp that through all kinds of different methods. In this case, I just used it as like flat facts and just put them, but they could be variabilized as we made it. Tommy, you're using CMDB and Analytics Solutions. They have been a major overhaul of CMDB. Not me though, so I do automation reporting. Yeah, guys. By the way, if you don't know my brother Tomo, he just recently got into data analytics the last few years, and he's seeing all the nightmare that is IT, because IT is that. Also, funny thing, my YouTube, it keeps switching on the YouTube monitoring. My YouTube, I'm still pulling up the Folium right now, so that it's weird how behind YouTube will be sometimes in these labs when I'm doing them. But I think if I refresh it, it'll come up to the most recent version. But okay, let's keep going on the labs. So we did the system grouping, and then I said, then I want you guys to look at over here in Ansible. Ansible. Put my hand in the right place. Ansible, and let's say facts. Let's just see what kind of Ansible facts we can push. There's a Red Hat introduction. I wouldn't really use that. Let's do the gather facts module. That's interesting. And then actually, let's go with the group by. So let's go look at this. Read the group by module documentation here. Hey guys, is that too much, by the way? Is that I wonder if that's too much. But there's Ranger, and thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you, Thump. Let's grab this. There's our module, and say add all the active hosts to a static group. How might you group your servers in your organization? How might this help you control playbook execution in the future? Right? So if you're doing these labs and you're thinking about this, like the execution of these playbooks, I'm not really showing it here. I'm just showing in these labs, in this lab in particular, I'm showing you how to do it. And then I'm asking you in the digging deeper part, go read about it a little bit. And then how might you, like if you're thinking about this or if you're using Ansible, how might you use some of this, right? Well, maybe none of these things are relevant to you, but maybe you do want to have an environment. I just did patch group, but maybe you want to stamp that environment information that we use for dev or prod, and maybe you want that in here. Now, could you also pull that out of the server's name? Yeah, maybe if you have your server's names right, but not everybody does that. So there's that. And Pancakes, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Yeah, it looks like you're the 400th person to do that command, so that's kind of cool. That little thing is always rolling and doing all the counts up how many people have run that command in the environment, so that's kind of cool. Cool for me anyways. What other one? What else are we doing in here that might be useful? When we group by. What is the variable? So here's a hint. It's a special variable. I wonder if, are those always special characters? I don't think those are always special characters. But okay. What is the variable group names in Ansible? So here's this group names. And if you guys were here yesterday, or if you've done any of the earlier labs, we looked at special variables. There are these special variables that are always there. Ansible is like going along and doing these things. It's kicking them off in a parallel fashion and waiting for executions to finish and things to come back based on the number of forks you have, and then you can control that in a bunch of ways. But it's always got like a little sack over its shoulder of all these variables that it's keeping with it. And the special variables are always there, and they're always there for you guys to mess with. New super agent, you can ask me whatever you want, but I think Inspector might be able to inspect that diameter better than I can. But yeah, I mean, I'll give you whatever answer I can, if I can help. These variables are always there with Ansible. You can always call these. So what we did was we found one called group names, and it's a list of the current hosts that's always on, as it reflects an inventory host name and ignores delegation. So group names, a list of the groups that the current host is part of. So we executed that against each of the hosts, and we found which ones belong to which groups. Now, that worked as a command because we only had 2 nodes. We wouldn't want to see that for all of them. But as a quick sanity check, I can see, okay, at this snapshot in time, at the beginning of the playbook, Ansible saw these nodes were in these groups. Once I grouped them by, and I got to the bottom, I sanity checked again and saw that, yes, I did generate these extra groups. And then if I call another part of a playbook with a different group that didn't exist before we started, it will be able to run and use those groups that are there. So it's actually really, really powerful to group servers on the fly based on things that they bring to the table. So I said this at the beginning of that lab. This is one of the more complex concepts that I do in any of the labs, but it's really simple. It's one of these things where it's like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. Like using a key is simple. Like put a key in a lock and you turn it, and then I hand you a whole key full, a whole ring full of keys, and I'm like, here you go. Now you're in charge of this whole building, and you're like, that's a lot of keys to be in charge of, right? It's the same kind of idea. Like the concept of what we're doing is super simple, but where are you going to go use it in the industry, right? Where are you going to use it in your organization? It's going to be different for everybody. So there's no prescriptive way for me to tell you, here you go. You are blessed to do this now in your organization. Go do. No, you have to figure out where you would use this, right? All right, so that's that one. That one, I think that one's good, and I'm glad that we found that error. So we come down here to create users, so we'll go do the next lab. I've been going through the labs yesterday and today. No question too personal unless it violates the I like that perspective. By the way, is anybody, I don't think Robodom's around, hold on. You guys should follow Inspector. I don't know that he does much on there except just kind of run through. I think he does some ASCII art and some other stuff on his stream. But you can follow him. Follows are free. Feel free to follow him if you guys are interested in tech stuff and that kind of stuff. So, all right, we're gonna create users on different servers. So here's some user creation stuff, and I'm gonna unpin the old message. We'll pin this one. Make it manually unpin. I'll drop this over for the people on the YouTube. There's a new lab we're doing. This song is pretty chill. This is in my chill stuff. Nice. Acoustic guitar from that thing. Oh, you're doing screensaver 24/7? Nice. Nice, Inspector. Yeah, get the knowledge to the people. Get the people studying. Get the people learning. I tell people all the time, you gotta keep sharp in this industry, man. You gotta keep thinking of ways to get yourself, or to keep yourself, relevant and valuable. Part of that is like what I was saying earlier, is understanding why an organization hires engineers. I've never been in an organization all my career where we run Linux servers just to say we run Linux servers. Like we just go like, we're running 1,000 Linux servers, guys. We did it. Patting ourselves on the back. We've made it. It's Linux server time. Nobody does that. They run Linux servers for specific business processes and needs, and our job is to facilitate keeping those servers stable. That's the number one thing to me, is stability and security. They're kind of like tied for number one, and then everything else is third place or lower. Security and stability. Like stability of the platform, it doesn't just fall over when somebody stands on it, and security of it, nobody else has control of it but me or my team or my whatever, that kind of stuff. That's my thoughts on security, or on our job as engineers, right? So this one says playbook execution to create users. This is probably not the way users are going to get added to your system, but it is a thing that you have a capability to do. Some environments, some tools require local user accounts. Good one as example is Oracle. Oracle requires Grid and Oracle as 2 users on your box. And you say, why can't I just have that be a remote user that's plugged in from like LDAP? It needs to be a local user. It's one of their requirements, right? So you have to have that. You could probably install it and then add that later and mess with that, but I don't know. I never change that. I always just leave. Those are one of the exceptions I always had for security, was I will have these two local user accounts. Now, this is not a we're doing Ansible, so this isn't like a Linux class on user accounts, but user accounts can all be seen, if you're not familiar with Linux, in etc passwd. All local accounts can be seen right here, right? I can even count them up. That's how many accounts I have on the system, 47. And then I can do stuff like for you guys that are like, oh, Scott hasn't been doing this that long. Well, we can do something like this. Watch, I can cat all of it out, and then I can awk-f based on the colon, and say that I want to see always the last one, right? Always show me the last one. And the last one is always if it can be logged into or not. So watch this. This is going to show me this. And then I say something like this, sort unique-c, and now I counted them up. 37 of them can't ever log in. One of them's bin sync. I don't know what the hell that is. One has been false. And four can log in on this box. There they are. There's the 4 users that can log in on this box. Everything else in this box is a system user or something else that has a no login. So there you go. Right? And that's one of these things that, like, you can when you get it to looking at the formats of these files and all these things, you can get really good at doing some of these basic little diddles that just give you the information that you need, right? Maybe I only expect these 4, or I have a requirement to security. This is one that's very common. Any local password must be either I use sbin no login or bin false a lot. This is one that's very common for me. And they might say, you know what, we just want to standardize those. We want all of these to be the same if you can't use it, and bin bash is the only acceptable thing. And bin bash can only be for users that are above user 1000, which in modern Linux systems is the user space. The users are 1000 and above in modern Linux. In older Linux systems, it's 500 and above. And then typically in modern Linux systems, 0 to 199 are your internal. So 0 is like a system. And then 200 through 999 are your application type ones. And then the 1000 and above are the user space. So yeah, hopefully you guys are helping Super Agent out. I'm not sure. I missed some of this stuff. I think I missed. Hold on. You're trying to connect an old Ubuntu box. Hold on. With Windows 11, HDMI cable works fine. For some reason, they don't detect another display. In Ubuntu, it says HDMI 1 disconnected. Super Agent, what are you trying to connect for? Like, are you trying to run that for some reason, or connect to that for some reason? Because for me, like, I just, as long as I can get here, right? You know, like if I had an Ubuntu box or something, as long as I can SH over to it, I can do everything I need to. You know, I do everything for all my Linux stuff on command line, right? So anyways, that's something to think about. All right. So here's the thing for create users. Here's the link. After you've pushed the users to all servers and verified them in step 1, use the command sudo-l-u username to see what the difference is in the user permissions. So that'll be something we. Yeah, we're gonna wait on lab. On ads. Wait on ads. I'm gonna wait on ads for you guys. Wait for you guys to come back from ads for me. Also, if you guys didn't hear, I did fix last night. Right after I got off a stream, I was sitting here with the wife, and we were watching something. I think it was like a Law and Order or something, and I had already seen it earlier, and I was showing it to her, and I was working on the stuff, and I fixed it, but it's weird because the text to speech and the sound for the alert won't come through at the same time. When I turned off the text to speech, the alerts immediately started coming through. So like half of my alerts were working, and the half that I had added text to speech to were not. And I'm like, this doesn't even make any sense, but whatever. I removed it all. So you guys have been seeing, like, when people follow now, you get the little Ranger alert, and that's that. So yeah, Thump, I think you were the last one to follow. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. It keeps me motivated, people following and hanging out. Also, you guys are welcome to hang out down in the Discord. There's all kinds of good stuff going on down there. our stated goal of this group, if I haven't told you guys this already, the stated goal of this group is to get you guys that are doing this as a hobby, that want to do this professionally, into doing this professionally. This is a very lucrative, very well-paying field, and I don't want to say it's an easy field. I mean, there's complex things, and there's thinking, and there's all that stuff. It's a different type of work than like when I used to do construction when I was younger, but it's like you can do this stuff. You just have to spend time with it, get some structured learning around the pieces, and then the goal is to show an employer that you can do this. Making the hobby stage nice. Hey, look, everybody started out doing this stuff for fun. The first time, I think I might have told you guys, I was a network engineer for the Peoria Unified School District. When I got out of the Army, I was a LAN Tech 1, which is Local Area Network Technician 1. And I just schlepped computers around. There was very little to no networking. And then right before I finished my degree, but as I was still going to school, they made me a LAN 2. I got promoted. And as a LAN 2, I became the firewall engineer and the wireless. I did all the wireless for all the high schools and all the grade schools. We had 36 locations at the time. Peoria School District's a pretty big school district here in Glendale, Arizona. And Glendale and Peoria, right? It's Peoria, right? Anyways, not to be mistaken with Peoria, Illinois. But anyways, where I'm going with that is I remember we had this problem that came up. I changed our firewall configuration to block things from going out, block our students from going out everywhere, and it was in conjunction with, we went from WebSense to Computer Associates as our proxy. We had a proxy server that every system connected to, and then the students could get out, but they had to go through this inline proxy as opposed to a port mirrored, which they could just get around by mashing a bunch of stuff. Anyways, when we did this deployment, we brought in this Computer Associate deployment, which was like a $20 million project, and we broke a big $20 million project called, it was this library tool where it would go and it would download library information on all the stuff internal to the district, and we broke that because it couldn't use, Computer Associates only allowed us to use port 80 and 8080 and I think 443 and 8443. Those were the only ports. But this had to use, like, let's say port 5000. And I had a way to get things out in my network from the way I built the firewall. I only blocked any of the upper ports where DHCP happened, but not like static ports down here. But I had, they couldn't get out, right? They just, suffice it to say. So the first time I ever did a Linux project professionally was I built a Red Hat 5 server. This was early 2000. I built a little Red Hat 5 server, and then I put a SOX proxy on it, and I pointed all those library things to that SOX proxy. So here's all my stuff blocked. Everybody goes here. There, that server's allowed to go out, proxying 5000 to whatever port it's allowed to go out on. And I used a free Linux environment. It was Red Hat back then, Red Hat 5 or whatever. And I used a free tool called SOX Proxy, right? That was even before Squid was popular. SOX Proxy, it was like SOX 4 or something, maybe even earlier. And everything could connect out. And basically I made these two big ships that were about to crash into each other in the night, or big ship that's about to run into a freaking bridge. It's fucking asinine. I made them slide past each other by using a free little tool, and that's kind of what got me hooked on, oh man, this fucking Linux stuff is great, right? I can use these tools to facilitate all these other things in my environment. That was the first time I ever used Linux professionally. Was I put a little SOX proxy in, and basically just like by shunting that like I did, I solved this problem between two big like $20 million projects for free. Just a little server that was in our data center that wasn't doing anything, and it became our proxy server, and it ran like that for years. I doubt it ever even got updated when I left, because I left the school district in 06. Hell, it might still be running in there for all I know. Probably never updated. No, it's not running anymore. I know the guys over there, so my wife still works for that school district, but she's on the help desk, which is really funny because technically she's the senior IT engineer in the home. She's been in IT longer than me. She got into IT about a year before I did. Now I went off and I've had a career and I've been a principal engineer and all that stuff, but she's still technically senior to me as far as time and service of the IT department. So anyways, that amuses me. Might not amuse you guys as much, but that amuses me. Your engineering team needs to push service accounts for new users and teams to some of your systems. Sure, you have decided to do that with Ansible. So let's verify our stuff. Cat root hosts. Boom, we've got the stuff that we need. Scrolling one window to another. That's what you're trying to do, Super Agent? Oh, somebody asked for Ranger check. Hold on. There's Ranger. Ranger's downstairs being Ranger. He looks sad, but guys, it is going to get to 96 degrees in Phoenix, right? It's 80 right now in Phoenix. It's supposed to get to like 96 or 98 today, and Ranger is a cool 73 downstairs. I assure you, that dog looking sad is just him being old, because he's almost 13. So cool 73 downstairs by his own little fireplace, his own little personal fireplace. Because Ranger just guards the downstairs of my house. If you guys don't know. Anyway, so that's a Ranger check. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys. But Ranger, he used to have his couches down there too, but we moved the couches out, and he had his little Christmas stuff up, his Christmas tree and stuff earlier, or late last year. And then we moved all the couches into the other room. So now he's got the whole room. He's got a little. He was having a hard time standing up because he was sliding on the tile. So we bought him a rug, and he's got a set of rugs that go all the way to his doggy door to get out. He's got a doggy door that's big enough for an adult male to almost crouch through and walk through, because he's Ranger, so he gets all the good things. Okay, anyways, let's go do this. Push the user prod engineer to the prod servers and the dev engineer to the dev servers, and let's do the lab. So we did this. Let's look at how we create our users in our environment. It says user push to environment servers. Sure. We're going to debug our environment variable, so we have it. Yeah, Ranger. Well, Ranger has bunnies in the backyard that sometimes hang out there. Yeah, Ranger's a pretty good boy. He, I'll go give him a treat here in a little bit because I haven't taken a break yet. But we'll go. I'll go give him a treat here in a little bit, so you guys watch him munch on a treat. He eats hard like little dog bones, so he's a pretty good dog though. All right, so look at this. If we're in the prod environment, by the way, you might notice these are very similar between all these labs. We'll make an engineer called the prod engineer, and if we're in the dev environment, we'll make the dev engineer and we'll put him in the group admin. All right. So let's run this playbook to create the users. You're going to see it create the user in the environment that it should. You'll see it skip the other ones. Some warnings, some deprecation warnings. That's fine. So it creates where it's going to. It's not. It shows where things were skipped. Good. And then if I just go verify that the user's been added, there's our dev engineer, and there's our admin group for dev, and not in our admin group for prod. Right? The prod engineer's not in there. So I can use this command, and I said this command over here. But what if I just said sudo -l-u, and then in this case, let's just say anything. Let's see. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if this will work. Might not work. Yeah, non-engineer. That's not going to work. So we'll just log into each server and do it. So in control plane we had so sudo -l-U, and then this is prod engineer. I think he's not allowed to run sudo. Then we sh to node 01, and we do sudo -l-U dev engineer. And dev engineer is allowed to do whatever he wants. However, he does need a password. He doesn't have a no password. So dev engineer would need a password. So even if somebody managed to get a hold of the keys and managed to jump in as dev user, the keys do not give him sudo. Right? This is the common when we talk about like separation and rule of least privilege. You've compromised his keys. Congratulations. You can go run bit mining and all that crap all over our environment, but what you can't do is assume root. You still need to compromise his password for that. And you guys might know this. You can't think about this. You could have it set in your environment where the user can't change their password if you wanted to, but we didn't do that in this lab. But anyway, so we did that. Okay. And then let's go. So we did the first part. The next part is verify your root user key add YAML file. So let's go more root user key add file. Oh, we're on node 01. And what is this file doing? Now this file, or this playbook is going to do that same thing. It's going to try to create the prod engineer if they need to, but as it does it, it's also going to push over a key file and generate a 2048-bit SSH key using RSA in the prod environment or in the dev environment. So before we even run that, let's go make sure something's true across all our systems. Let's do this real quick. Let's say ls-l on home. So in both environments, it's going to run it. We see the prod engineer and the dev engineer. And then let's ls-l home / anything engineer .ssh. Is there not a .ssh for these two? It's going to be no. No, there's no .ssh in either of those directories on either of those systems, right? So let's generate it and push it everywhere real quick. So we'll push that key file. Boom. It's going to push it to where it needs to. And then I'm going to rerun this playbook real quick. And I'm going to see that now we have the public and the private ID RSA key version for, this is the private key with a 600 permission. And this is the public key with a 644 permission, which is an acceptable permission for the system, right? And there's our directory, there's our command right there to verify. I said, where are the keys stored? In each home under a .ssh hidden directory. What are the permissions on those keys? The private key is 600, only readable by the user owner of the file. And the public key is 644, readable by the owner of the file, the group owner of the file, and everybody else. So anybody can read it. Yeah. By the way, guys, you're always allowed to ask anything you want in Discord, and typically people will try to give you good answers if they can. What key files were created? There's a public and a private type key. And then the public key, you never show anybody. But if we were to cd to home prod engineer, and we don't care about these keys in this environment, right? I'm going to throw them away at the end. But if you've never seen one of these, ID underscore RSA looks like this. That's what the private key looks like, the one you never show anybody. And the public key looks like this. And the public key is what gets pushed to the authorized keys file on the FAR servers. I'm going to show you guys that real quick. So on control plane here, let's real quick, we're going to, this is prod engineer. Prod engineer doesn't exist on node 01. So I'm going to go make on node 01. I'm going to user add, and then I'll do prod engineer, right? And then prod engineer is going to get passwd. Prod engineer is going to be 1234 1234. Very good password for a user, right? And then now on this system, let's just say, I'm root su-to prod engineer. So now who am I? I'm the prod engineer. pwd, I'm in my home directory. Let's just go to real quick, we'll ssh to node 01. And I say, yes, I want to be that. What's the password? 1234. And I don't have a home directory because I didn't make the direct. Ah, damn it. Oh, so annoying, guys. So annoying. I always forget that not Ansible. Ubuntu won't make a home directory by default. That's super annoying. Oh, that's super annoying. Alright, so watch real quick. Now I'm going to become the prod engineer. I'm going to SSH to node 01, and now I have a password, or now I have a home directory. But in here, watch this real quick. pwd ls-la, I don't have a .ssh directory. I don't have one there. So watch this real quick. I'm going to say ssh copy ID to node 01. So when I do that, it's going to say, hey, buddy, you want to push this key over there, but you need to know the password to do it real quick. So I say, what's the password? 1234. And it pushed it over there. Hold on. So now I should be able to SSH to node 01 without a password anymore. But real quick, what happened? cd to .ssh. And in here, my authorized keys file has this authorized key, which when I'm over here, exactly matches the public version of my key right there. So the authorized keys, it's weird because a public key in this sense is much more of like a padlock that we go put in the authorized keys of the different servers, and then we can connect to them. So if you've never seen that process and you're like, oh, I've never seen any of this before, go do. We've got a lab that shows you how to do keys in Linux. That's in one of our Linux labs. So there's that authorized service. That's fine. What other services do I need to excel at as a Linux admin? From my time on Linux sysadmin, I never had to manage DHCP, DNS, and so on. Yeah, so I think that there's a fair amount of things that are kind of valuable to know on the sysadmin side of things and the systems engineer type thing. I have a bunch of different lists of them, but let me see if I have one here that's any good. So here's our Linux system administration thing, right? And this is getting into the Linux engineering field. And this is kind of where a lot of engineering happens in general right here. Get this crap out of the way. There's this idea, this comes from Cisco, it's the PPDIOO methodology. PPDIOO. It's prepare, plan, design, implement, operate, and optimize, right? Is this IT or SQL or PSQL? Frostturn, I'm not sure what you're asking there. I'm doing Linux, specifically Ansible right now, which is an automation tool that tends to be inside of Linux, but it doesn't have to be. Tends to execute out of Linux, but you can run it against all kinds of servers. Any server that you can connect to with some kind of connect method, typically SSH or WinRM, and then that you can run Python on. So Windows works just fine. You can use WinRM to hit Windows boxes. So sysadmins tend to be operations. They're doing what's called keeping the lights on and running network operation centers and security operation centers and help desks, and they're doing stuff like this. And then they're also a big part of it, typically, of like optimizing systems. Froster, I'm I am very well aware of what those are, but I'm just wondering why you were asking about those, because they're not relevant to what we're doing. But yeah, I'm quite Jesus Christ, I'm very well aware of those things. I'm doing Linux, if that helps. All right, we're doing labs today, but okay. So people were asking about that stuff. Anyways, back to Ansible. We'll do Ansible. I'm gonna ignore the people that are trying to derail me here with. Oh my god. Alright. That's almost as close as it gets right there. But okay. We've got this stuff. We've done all this. So we see over here what files were created. How do you use the two types? You always keep the private one. You never show it to anybody. And the public key can be spread far and wide to the world. Anybody that wants to install that is allowing you to connect, right? In fact, that's why some people will just send you their public key and be like, hey, if you want me to give access, do it like that. Yeah, there's that. No, it's just access to systems right here. So, okay. So we check this and we say, looks you learning Ansible, you created users, gave them keys and all that good stuff. So back over here, we did that. So then we say digging deeper. And maybe one of the things that I want you to maybe read about here is RSA key implementation in Linux, right? Maybe there's a good update on how that works. Let's see if there's a good. I want something that's not going to change. I mean, if anything's listed, I want it to be like a stable write up. Linux admins might be good. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, they're showing you a little bit of stuff. Let's see what's the. This is an IBM one. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not terrible. So I'll say read this IBM doc on RSA key management here. What is the... So you didn't have to do a key gen in this lab because the Ansible did it for you. That's fine. I don't need to worry about that too much. The other one is we were doing back on control plane. Oh my, yeah, good. User create. We were using the user module in Ansible. Ansible user module. And I might ask, what are some of the other useful things? So, what is the purpose of RSA keys in your environment? So then the next one will be read the Ansible user module document here. What are some other arguments you may give to the module that make it more useful in your environment? So one of the things that I didn't make you guys do, but this is pretty valuable, is a lot of times we will assign a UUID in an organization, right? The reason we assign a UUID is because if a server had, let's say you're using Grid and Oracle, those are two common ones for Oracle systems. If Grid and Oracle sit on that box as their own users and they're never going to change and whatever, and they're never going to attempt to connect to storage that is connected anywhere else, then they can be whatever UID the system wants to assign them. 1040, 1200, 12,000, doesn't matter, right? But if you're ever going to have them all writing and reading to a shared NFS storage on some other server, one of the best pieces of advice I can tell you is make sure that as you're building them, you are assigning them the exact same UID every time. Also, I'm pretty sure nobody's at my house, but I also am pretty sure I hear somebody walking around out there. Ranger's not alerting though, so my guard dog's not doing nothing. But I don't know where the wife left. I thought she was gone. Maybe she's not gone yet, but all right. So I got my environment, I got that, and I said, what are some other? Okay, that's good. That's good enough for that part of the lab. So we'll go into the next one, which will be package management. So the next part of the lab, we'll do package management stuff. But real quick, I'm going to go check on Ranger, and I'm going to give him a treat. So we're going to take a real quick break here. Here's my hourglass. Pull this up and say quick break. Quick break for Ranger treat, and then next lab. We'll do 8-minute break. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I don't know, inspector's in charge till we get back, and then we'll start on the next lab. It's all labs on Sundays, guys. We do labs. We're doing Ansible today. We'll be back. There's Ranger down there munching away. Let the heat flow through you. That's funny. All right, we're gonna watch Ranger eat a treat. I'm gonna sit here and eat a treat. Ranger's gonna lick that bed for the next 45 minutes now. Getting every last crumb off it. My dog. All right. All right. Let Ranger keep working on his treats down there. We're going to go lab 14, which is going to be to modify packages. I'm going to pin this one. Actually, I'm going to unpin the old one. Drop this over on the YouTube side too, in case anybody's following along. Want to do the labs with us? All right. While that's loading up, still got 2 more minutes, so we'll check on Ranger. Still back there licking his bed. Man, you would look at that and think, man, that dog doesn't get enough to eat. But I assure you, he has had breakfast and he has had a few treats today, and that was just another one. But he would have you guys believe that he doesn't get enough treats. I swear, my dog. Very pampered, very easy life. All right, 58 seconds. Get a drink if you want it. We're gonna do our labs here. Get into our labs. This next one is about package management. So I say, what's the new variable you're seeing in this lab? So there's gonna be a new variable that's gonna pop up that hasn't been in the host file before. And I'm gonna say, why do you think the second run of the playbook was faster? How can you verify that? We could put a time on it and verify that if we wanted to. How might you verify that the servers have the proper packages installed based on their app variable? So we'll look at that. What is the argument given to the app module that says to install packages, and where can you find this information? And then what is the format for the package argument given to the app module? How could you add more packages to it? Can you install a stress package just on the web server? So these are kind of like challenge questions that we'll add to the lab in some way, right? That's kind of the goal here. All right, let me pop me back on here. You guys should be able to see me. Also, that's me pretty much all the time here. All right, let's get to it. Ranger is currently licking his bed. All right. So this one says, This is playbook execution and update of packages. It's lab 14 of our Ansible labs, right? Getting you guys into doing Ansible and seeing the way that these things work. Your team has been tasked to update all the servers in the environment to maintain compliance with your GRC, Governance, Risk, and Compliance Security team. You need to configure some new servers for software in the environment. So we're adding some of the different pieces that you need there. So let's look at our root hosts. And this is going to answer the question over there, what's the new variable? Well, now we have an app variable. We can have, guys, variables, names, and so their key values, right? Their key, which is their name, and their value are completely arbitrary. They can be whatever you want. They're limited only by your imagination, I guess, if you want to think of it like that. Do whatever you want in your environment. And then let's look at our package update file. So cat root packages update, and this is going to hit all of the servers that we have. It's not limiting them in any way with this name anything to state latest. So this is going to update all the packages in our environment right here. Now we have, if you're looking at this going, all right, that's cool that we're doing with Ansible, but can I do that in just Linux? We have another lab over on the Linux side. If you go to our Linux labs, and you can go look at the Linux side to see how to just patch servers if you want, right? That's I think we call that one updating golden image. But we're doing this over on the Ansible side, and we're updating all the packages to the newest version. So if we were to run this playbook now, we did the first two parts, we CAD those out. We're going to run the playbook for the first time, and it's going to execute against both servers. We're going to watch it right here. It's upgrading all packages to the latest version, and it'll let us know when it's done. But I ask over here, how do you think, or why do you think the second run of the playbook is faster, and how can I verify that? So let's run it. And then right here it says better run it twice just to compare the output. So we want to see the difference between when it does an update of everything versus when it just runs and doesn't have anything to update anymore, right? So apt under the hood is going and looking at its repositories that you have configured. Those repositories are an apt, it's like Etsy apt.repositories.d or something like that. And then it's got all the repositories. It goes and it updates all the metadata, and then it upgrades them all with all of the new packages that fit with what's already on the server. It doesn't, the update updates all the metadata, upgrade, which is what we're actually doing, upgrades all the packages to the newer version, right? It does not add any new packages that aren't part of dependencies for other things. So if you have a new package that comes up as a dependency and you've told it to just install all dependencies, it will install new software. So this is a important thing. If you have a baseline of like, hey, I have exactly 100 packages on my server, I'm going to update those packages. Depending on how you tell it to update, and if you don't inspect those package lists, you might end up with 107 packages when you're done. That causes some people consternation. Not that you can only have 100. It causes them problems because now you have things you have to update. Now there's more things that security is going to be looking at. Now there's more of what we call a footprint on the server for execution of things and vulnerabilities and CVEs to be exposed and all these things that come up as you add more and more stuff to your server. So a lot of us like to try to keep our servers as lean as possible, right? It's called hardening, and then down all the way to the leanest baseline that we can. And it'll just update based on a list from a test server. Ultra, we are going to look here in a second at just hitting individual packages. You can tell it to just update individual packages, yes. We could give it a list. We could feed in a list instead of just doing all like I did. And we can also feed it in a list by version type, yes. And we could give it a no depth so it doesn't install dependencies, yes. So what would it do if you try to install a package and you tell it explicitly, do not install the dependencies? What most package managers will do is they will not install that package then. And that's smart, because if we install the package, or if we install the package, but it doesn't have the dependencies, it's going to break anyway. So most package managers will be like, hey, if you give me a hard limit of I can't install dependencies, I will not install a package for you. And I agree with that. I would 100% agree with that. It'd be like if you told a plumber to install a shower, but you're like, do not install that line right there for hot water, and he'll be like, or water in general, and you'd be like, I literally can't put the shower in without that line, and that's like kind of what would happen here. So, anyways, there's that. Thanks for the follow, Ultimus. Hopefully, this stuff's useful to you. This takes a little while. Look, node 01. It's doing them in parallel, but one of the nice things about Ansible is it will report back as nodes finish. So node 01 outran, if you want to think of it like that, node or control plane in this one. Node 01's been done since this return. You'll also notice that if you're pushing a lot of packages to a lot of servers, Ansible will always be coming out in different order. Your replay or your task, these are your return values. They will be whichever one. It's like a race, whichever one comes first. Just so you guys know. And now it's going to sit on control plane 01 for a little bit, and then that should be done pretty soon here. And then over here I say how much you verify that the servers have the proper package installed based on their app variables. So we'll check that here in a second. We're not to that one yet. Why do you think second run of the playbook's faster? Well, because there's nothing to update, right? So that makes sense. All right, just going to get it up. Yeah, and you know what? One of the things about like updating packages and stuff, I constantly hear this in the systems world, like, oh man, we're going to immutable, like Nix is going to be the next big thing. And I say, you know what? We've had stateful and stateless. I've been using them for 20 years in the high performance compute space. Stateful is things that can be updated on the fly. Stateless, you can update them on the fly, but then when they reboot, they come up back to the clean version. So you really just have to rebuild those every time. But there's this other type that's kind of coming and getting out there more and more called like, well, Nix is a very popular one, and it's an immutable image. Once you build it, you cannot change it. You cannot change what's running on it. And there's some certain security advantages to that. That's how we run Kubernetes pods. Don't let you have execution of any type of root. Don't let you escalate privilege of any type, and make the container unchangeable. It's a read-only root file system. You can't change my app even if you want to. Even if you compromise the container, you can't change the way anything executes. You can't elevate privileges, so you're just some jerk inside of a container with no powers, right? All right, so watch. I'm going to run this again a second time. And how could we verify that they were faster? Well, we could have added the time command in the front. If you guys have never used time, time will give you the output of how long something took. It'll give you 3 timestamps. Give you the wall clock time, which is called real time. Took 4 seconds with 1 extra millisecond on there in that sleep. Then it gives you the user time of user system calls and the user kernel calls, and then the system kernel call time as well. It's basically nothing, right? We can compare that to something that uses a lot, and you would see that it's using a lot of process, right? All right, so anyway, so we run that, and we verify that that's there. And then I say, okay, let's go to the next part of the lab. It says verify your root packages install. So more root packages install now. We did update, now we're gonna install. And here, we debug this app variable. And if web is in app, that means it's a web server, we're gonna install the argument for apt. Instead of just name all, we're gonna say package, Apache 2, and PHP. So this is the YAML list, right? You just keep doing a bunch of dashes down. So I say over here, could you add stress to the web server? Yeah, we could add stress here. Just go like this. The package be installed just like any other one. And then I say, can you run this? And if we wanted to know how fast it is, before we run it, we could just put a little time on the beginning of it. So we'll run it for the first time and see how long it takes to execute everywhere. Makes it stateless and immutable, yes, and it's also persistent data structure, which means you can update it over time by changing the top level pointer. Nice. Oh yeah, well, you guys all saw the thing that happened late last month around XZ or whatever it was. We have it down in our Discord, but yeah, there's things that get approved and people that get trusted, but they're playing the long game to try to get in and backdoor all the systems on planet Earth, you know? Yeah, oh, you mentioned it right there, yeah. But yeah, the Nix idea, look, guys, I've been on board with the idea of stateless, and there's all kinds of things that sound really good, but they just don't, I don't want to say they don't end up being good. It's just it's there's a lot of stuff in the systems world, and you guys will see this. This goes all the way down to processor level. Does everybody here know what a RISC versus a CISC chip are? It's not gonna do it right. But it's a reduced instruction set chip versus a complex instruction set chip. It's where do you want to do the offloading of the work? Do you want to do the work ahead of time and do just a few things against the kernel or against the processor, or do you want the processor to be able to do complex things and you pay for it there in real time, right? This is always the problem. So in NICs, it sounds like it's really awesome to just run a stateful, machine that can't change. It's an immutable, let's call it stateless, because when it goes down, it comes back up to the original state again. But there's all this work beforehand. There's all this stuff that you don't see. Or do we just run servers that are super easy to pop out, but they're just a fucking hot mess to keep running, So, yeah. So, Ellipse, you and Inspector are gonna get along just fine. Yeah, you guys will do just fine together. So, watch this. I'm gonna run this again with that time on it, and it's going to do this. Now, this one of the things to note about this is it doesn't hardly use any time, real time, and it doesn't really use much user or system time. But you got to remember, Ansible's executing everything on the far server, so this really was just an SSH connection. This was not very much processor time, but it was much more processor intensive on each of those far nodes, and we're not seeing that here. This is simply a representation for us as like a stopwatch. I really just cared about this from like a stopwatch time. Yeah. All right. So they talk about idempotency, and idempotency is this idea right here that you can do things over and over again without updating different things. We hit the check here, and it says, look at you learning Ansible. You updated and pushed packages. So you set up an environment, and you just updated an environment with the newest versions of things. You installed new packages to newly deployed systems. You solved this challenge. Okay, good. We over here, I said, what's the format package argument is given to the app module? So the package module can either be a list, or if you only want to install one package, you could just put the one package right here if you wanted to. If you just have one package, it could just be one package. But we wanted to split out into a list of packages like this. Now, I could throw a wrench in here, but let's do this real quick. Let's take this real quick. I want you guys to think about something real quick. I'm gonna say Y6. Oops. Y7Y. I'm gonna. Oh damn it! Was I in the wrong place? Y7Y. I'm gonna come down here and I'm gonna hit P, and I'm gonna change this a little bit. I want to show you guys something. What if I did this right here? And then I'm just gonna grab D2, D, and then I'm just gonna come down here, hit O, and I'm gonna say loop, and I'm going to P, and I'm gonna ask you guys here real quick, if I did this, or I did, yeah. If I did this or I did this, what do you guys think is the difference here from the other labs? So, now, I'm not trying to be tricky, but this might be somewhat something to think about here. And I'll go drop it. I'll drop this question in the Ansible code section too. If anybody wants to chew on this for a bit to think about it. Then we got other stuff that's going on in there. Question from lab today. Which of these is better? Why? And how would you test? Right? By the way, I might take these here. So which of those is better and why? Okay. So if anybody wants to answer that over in the Discord, over in the Discord you can. Or you can think about it here if you want. But I'm going to say, digging deeper, which of these are better and why? Okay, so just leave that like that. Which of these are better and why? And that may sound like a little more complex. Like, hey, that is digging deeper. We're looking at which of these is the more effective of those. And I might challenge you if you want to have an answer to that. I'm not going to be like, oh, you're stupid, you're wrong. The best way to figure this out is to run both of them. And the second best way would probably be read the internet, because I guarantee you somebody's asked this question before. I ran into this because I used to do everything through a loop like this. And then I remember I was reading something one day and somebody pointed out something that made a lot of sense to me, and I said, that's exactly right. So I run it like this now. But why? And could you prove why to yourself? There's some -V's you could drop in a playbook to see the verbosity of what's happening between the two of these. But which of these is faster? Which one of these is better and why? Better, faster, more reliable. Yeah, which one of these are better, more reliable, simpler execution, and why? What's happening here that causes one of these? What did I just do there? So what I mean by better is faster, more reliable, simpler execution. Which one of these is that, right? Between these two. All right, I'm not gonna leave you guys hanging too long. If you guys tell me I want to know, here, I'll do a little poll. There's a poll. Tell you answer. Yes. No. Let us think about. Oops. About it. No, hold on. Here's our poll. No, let's think about it. There you go. Yeah, 2 minutes. I'll let you guys decide on the poll there. All right. I'll either tell you or I'll leave it there and somebody can answer it later if they want to. All right, so how about Ansible apt module? So read the documentation here. What other arguments might you use while updating your systems? Why are they useful to you? Right? There you go. You guys want to know the answer? Looks like people are saying yes. Alright, got a few more seconds before I do any of that. Alright. So, next one. Let's see if I run this. It's gonna happen real fast, but let's see if we can find the answer just by running this. And I'll pull this out. I'll pull these all out because we don't need this to prove this part. All right, there we go. Looks like you guys want to know yes. Should take from somebody using. I don't know what that is. It seems better because some resolver set of packages know in a more high. No, that's not a shit take. I think that's actually a really good guess. Uh, the first one is the official way to do it. This way is you using Ansible to control it, but I'll show you guys why. Let's see if I can prove why, because I don't know if I can actually prove why in the execution, but I can explain it for you guys here in a second. I'm going to add a bunch of V's to this. And let's see if the V's tell us. I'm going to add 3 V's. So V's are going to add verbosity to this. It's going to be a lot of extra information coming to our screen. Let's make this real big so we can see this thing execute, right? And let's see. Let's watch this run. Now it's all done because it's doing everything it needed to do. All right. Let's go up here. So Ansible loop var went over MariaDB here, and then there was a client. Okay, hold on. Yep. And then here's control plane doing the same thing, and it did the item, and the item was MariaDB server, and it called that. So for control plane, it did that, and then for control plane, it did this. So look, MariaDB client and MariaDB server on control plane were called like that in the one section. Then up here, though, yep, so that's there. But up here, hold on. Where's that? I know it's a lot of mess because I showed everything. I debugged everything. But here's the install MariaDB, and it said, okay, conditions were false, but inside of the play, it called the package manager module once with 2 packages. So it had to stand up the module one time, and it passed it a list of the 2 modules in the name. So this is the first one here, right? This is the first one we looked at. There's one stand up of the apt module, and then it was given 2 in a list. Down here, it had to stand up the list. It had to stand up the first time for MariaDB, and then it had to stand up again for the server first and then the client second. What if I had 100? What if I had like 100 packages to install? And this is common, maybe like 50 packages. Well, up here, I stand up my package manager once, and I give it a list, and it churns through that list within the one call of the package manager module. Down here, I'm going to loop over and keep standing up my package manager over and over and over again. And this, over time, is exceedingly slow. Not to mention, if you guys have ever used Yum and you've seen a Yum lock, or you've ever seen apt have an apt dpkg lock, you'll get a lock on the file because something else isn't finished or something. So these loops could also run into some kind of race condition because it keeps establishing. This one up here, it has control of apt the entire time. Yeah, there's no infinite. This is one run, and it's got control until it's done installing all your packages. This is as many runs as you loop through, you're re-standing up the package manager and deploying. This should just by looking at this, you should go, that's longer, Scott. Look, I had to push the code over again and get, it's like there's all this other stuff. Those are all SSH connections happening in the background. That's all overhead. That's all extra stuff that had to happen. Whereas this did have to push everything, but it sent the packages to the package manager and let it deploy everything until it came back one time. This is not a super great example because it's only 2. So I bet if we ran these, they'd be just about as fast. But when you start going out to like 50 or 60 or 100 new packages on a new box, you have to use the first one. You'll go from minutes to hours for this. So that's the answer. If anyone wants to go answer it in Discord, you can. But that's why. And we use the -VVV to see why. Because it went and showed us what the package manager was doing. And here we're passing in one individual loop variable in the package's client. And then up here, it was one individual loop variable, and it would have to stand up the package manager every time. Whereas here, it passed it a list and only called the package manager once. So, by the way, let me tell you guys this. This will be a nice thing for people that do want to use Ansible. Most of you will never run into that. If you run environments lower than like 50 or 100 nodes, do whatever you want. But you start hitting like thousands of nodes, this stuff starts to matter. Well, It still matters with 100 nodes, but I'm just saying it's like, maybe it's not that big of a deal because you were just gonna let it run. Like me, I just let my package managers run and then I watch Netflix on my other computer. And you guys think I'm kidding, but I am not joking. As long as I just see green flowing or yellow flowing on one screen, I'm watching Netflix on the other because I know that my stuff works as long as I've tested it, right? So all right, so that's that. Hopefully that's clear as mud for you guys. And for the one or two people that matters for and use that, you're probably going to be like, oh, yeah, that does make sense. That is a better way to do it. So, all right. Let's pull this back out. You just did Ansible package management. I think if anybody played with it, you probably found which one of those are better or more useful. Okay. So, what's our time at? 2:43. We're almost at 3 hours. That's typically all I do on a Sunday, but I guess I got a little bit more time today. So maybe I'll go a little bit longer. Are things cached when 100 nodes are simultaneously trying to hit the same package manager? Is there some local caching involved? Ellipse, no. For Ansible doesn't even care about that. So if that package manager, each of those nodes is handling their connection themselves. So, here's Ranger check. There's Ranger. He's moved to the closer bed and we can't see his face now. We go to that. So there's your Ranger check, guys. I gave him a treat a little while ago, Chicken. How was your gaming earlier, Chicken? I saw you on there. Well, I saw you on there yesterday. And I think I saw you pop on a little bit today too. That was only 4 a.m. my time though, because you're out on the East Coast and you guys are 3 hours off of me right now. I'm in Phoenix, so I'm on Pacific Coast time right now. Pacific, not specific. Pacific. So if you guys don't know, Arizona doesn't change time zones like the rest of the country. So some of the time, like right now, I'm on Pacific time. Well, we're Mountain Standard, but I'm on Pacific time, so I'm 3 hours off the East Coast, and then sometimes I'm only 2 hours off the East Coast. It's weird. It's a weird thing. All right, so we just got done with all that. There's our Ranger check for you guys that wanted to see Ranger again. Here's the rest of the lab environment. Man, I need to patch my servers. I'll do that on stream one of these days, show you guys all the patching stuff working. Different users, modify packages. All right, so now we go into Ansible Galaxy and roles. So we've been going through, we're doing labs all Sundays. Sundays are lab days, but I'm also updating the book as I go. So the book is, the book is the only thing around here that costs anything. The book is over on LeanPub, and you guys are welcome to use it or not use it. All it's doing is adding more things for you guys to think about, and maybe you want to practice typing some stuff up in your notes around some of the stuff that you're seeing and some of the stuff that you might want to do. So I'm doing it. I'm actually editing it live, so you guys get the same benefit. Not the same benefit of somebody that bought it, but a similar benefit in that you could just read what we're kind of working on. All right, here's our Galaxy playbook, and I will link this for you guys that want to do this with me. I'm also going to drop it over on the YouTube side if anybody's hanging out in YouTube, which I don't think anybody's really been hanging out there all day, but it is there for anybody that wants it. Okay, we'll leave that up there pinned until the end of stream. Make this a little bigger. And this one says your team has been using Ansible, right? So you've done, if you've done any of these labs by this point, you're now up to, you've got 14 labs under your belt. You've seen a significant amount of playbooks and you've watched them execute and stuff. And now your team has decided that they have to have a little bit better reusability. They want the team to be able to work on Ansible without just messing with playbooks. So all the stuff that we've done up until this point, I've been putting things directly in flat files in a playbook, in a YAML playbook that runs whatever we're going to do. Well, what if I told you guys that for reusability and management of big clusters and people being able to touch different parts of it without affecting other parts, we can use the inheritance of roles, and roles are another way to get tasks into a playbook. But what a role looks like to those of us that have done Bash and Perl and your computer science majors, it's a function. It's a function that gets called if it's needed and gets ignored if it's not needed. So the easiest way to build these little roles is to build Ansible Galaxies. Now, there are a bunch of other functions to Ansible Galaxies that you can pull things and push things and treat them like a Git repository. I'm not doing any of that here. I'm just using it to show you guys how you can deploy roles and then have inheritable roles in your playbook. So let's do that real quick. You want to decide to use reusability and modularity for your code. You've been tasked with testing and deploying Galaxy to see how inherited roles work inside of Ansible. So, so let's look at our root host file. So cat root hosts, same file we've used through all the labs, so that's good. And then we're going to create a directory called root playbook roles. Root playbooks roles. Then we're going to create two galaxies inside of there called update and install. These are going to look very similar to what we just built, but they're going to be down inside of a role, and then we're going to inherit them. And then we're going to update the install roles properly to do their function, which can be referenced from root packages and then either install or update YAML files, right? Use the wild card there. All right, so let's make directory for root playbook roles, and then we'll cd down in there. So if we do our pwd, we're in that directory, right? And now, I don't normally recommend using tree as a systems engineer and admin. I don't think you need to use tree. I think ls will do pretty much everything you guys need. But let me tell you, for this first execution, or if you're newer in the systems world, I do think that tree is very valuable. Ansible is for, I would say, DevOps, sysadmin. I would say anybody who wants to control their environment. Probably the most prolific Ansible user and like most well known is this guy Jeff Geerling, and he's technically a Django developer. He does Django and Ansible development. I think he's written like, God, at some point I think he had like 90% of the modules had at least been touched by him. I doubt it's that high anymore because Ansible's exploded so much in the last 10 years. But man, he used to do everything. But he goes by Geerling Guy online. I don't think that's spelling his name right. Anyway, his name's Jeff Geerling. And actually, it's actually pretty cool. At the beginning of COVID, he gave his 2 books away for free. Yeah, he's an RPi guy too. Yep, Jeff Geerling. Yep, he is known for, God, his stuff is good, man. Some of his stuff is. I got to meet him at the 2018, and he did oh, what is it? Is it Mark Hammond? What's the name of the? Hold on. John Hammond, right? Remember John Hammond, and he did the talk with himself. The first time I ever saw Jeff Geerling talk was at an Ansible thing, and he was doing his first one of these, and he sat there and talked to himself for like 8 minutes with the previous recording. It was really funny. He did better than John Hammond did too in the movie, so it was pretty good. Yeah, and if you guys didn't see, he was really mad at Red Hat when they did some of their freeloader stuff, because he was like, guys, this is an open source community, right? You can read all that stuff. That was that last year they did that? Anyways, Red Hat like did the whole CentOS and stuff. Yeah. He's on the Spectrum. Yeah, got huge SAMF. Yeah. He's been around tech for a while. He's pretty good. But let's do this part. Normally I don't tell you guys to do tree. However, when you're first seeing this, it may be useful to do the tree command. So we've established that there's nothing here. We do tree, there's nothing there. And then we do an Ansible Galaxy init for the update role. We're making a role that's inheritable inside of root playbook roles called update. And look at what this directory looks like now. These are all the things that you need to have a playbook. Now, all you really need is tasks. You could do everything in tasks. In fact, you could put everything in tasks if you want. But this is all the things that you actually need, and you can inherit each of the different things. So if tasks want to push a file over somewhere, you can have it in files. So it's very organized. You can be very organized with how you do things. If you have Jinja templates that you want to push, and you have handlers that you want to call when things happen and certain conditions are met, you can have handlers. So, but could you also just write everything in here? Yes, you could. Ansible is tremendously lenient with where you put things. But I just want you guys to see that when you use Ansible Galaxy, look at all this stuff it creates for you. All this stuff is now ready to execute. I can go put tasks in here, and I can inherit this role, and it will execute everywhere, right? All right. So now we're going to do our init install, and then we'll check tree again. And there's our install directory, and there's our update directory. So now, if we look at where we're at, We're in root playbook roles. We have 2 inheritable roles down here. There's nothing in there yet, but they're there. They just have the core structure. And if I cd up, if I can stay right where I'm at or whatever. But now I say go and update the directories to update and create the right file. So I'm going to go to the very first file, which is playbooks roles update tasks main.yaml. And in here, I'll just delete everything. And I'm going to copy this. And inside of this directory, I'm going to include a task, update.yaml. So the main.yaml always gets called. It goes down here and it says include the update.yaml. So I'm going to hit escape :WQ. And then in that same directory, I'm going to make the update.yaml. Oops. You see it, it was at the bottom there. And, oh, whoops, it did not update. And then now, we're doing the same thing that we did in the other lab, but we're doing it down inside of the update directory. So if I cd to, I'm already in roles playbook, I'm going to cd to update tasks, right? And in here now I have a main.yaml, which will always get called, and then I have a update.yaml, which is getting inherited. So we're inheriting the role, and then this task is telling to go over here and do this. Now, you might say, Scott, you didn't need to do that separate. You could have just done these tasks in the main.yaml. You could have. Yeah, you could have. But this also gives me the ability inside of this playbook to have other inheritable tasks as well. So there's a lot of stuff you can do, guys. And I'm going to tell you, you only have to make this stuff as complex as you want it to be. If you wanted to put everything in main.yaml, you could. In fact, most of my professional stuff, I don't split this out like I did here. I just wanted to show you guys the capabilities of it, right? I'm lazy. I just drop it right in here in the main.yaml. Keep this directory real simple. So now we're going to make the other one. Here's the install one. I'm going to delete these out. And I'm going to add, I'm going to add the install. Oops. Hit X right there, clean that up. So now we're going to inherit the install. And I come down here and I'm going to make that one. And that one is going to look just like what we did in the other lab. Right? Now, I don't have anything in this lab that will just push those all over for you, so you do have to make those. So I said, now that we have all the roles correct, let's make the playbook that inherits those roles. So I want you guys to think about this for a second. If I'm in here, and I just did a tree again, we would see that in the install, there's a task for main.yaml that gets called, and then it calls the install. And in the update, there's a main.yaml that always gets called, and then it says to call the update, right? Again, you could have put in there. You didn't have to break it out like that if you didn't want it. But how do we get these inherited? Like, what's the way to do that? Let's cd up a directory and see that we're now in root playbooks, and here's where we're going to do our execution playbooks that are going to go inherit those roles. So I'm going to do it right here. I'm going to create a playbook called root playbook environment.yaml, and we're going to test it with and without the tags for install and update. All right. So watch this real quick. We'll VI that playbook, and that playbook's going to be super simple like this. It's going to say host all, gather facts true, vars tasks. There's no tasks being written in here, but there could be. And then down here, we're going to inherit the roles update or install. And I say run the playbook to see that it works with no tags. So what's going to happen if I run this playbook right now? Root playbooks environment.yaml. I run it with the right inventory file, and I give it no tags. It's going to go and it's going to run everything in that playbook. It's going to go run everything in there. The playbook has nothing, so it's going to go inherit the roles. So look, it went into the update, and now it's upgrading all the packages to the latest version. So you can actually see that happening here. It went to the, this is the role that was inherited update, and it said include tasks, and then update is going to upgrade everything, and then it's going to go and it's going to do the install part. And you can see all of these things happening, right? You can touch them, and you can see them actually doing the things that they're going to do. And then let's say somebody comes along and they want to use my role there called update, but they need to change it for a different version of a playbook or whatever. They can actually just copy that to a new folder and change it to, like, update dot, I don't know, HPC version 12 or something for whatever high performance compute stuff they're doing. Change the stuff that they need in there, and then just inherit that role in their own playbook, and it would go and it would do the things that had primarily been something that I had written in the other part of it. So you have all these pieces, like all these things are there for you guys to use and play with, and you start to see how these structures can get really complex, but they're also just made up of very simple little things, which I think is kind of super useful. All right. So over here I said when you use the tree command, what's been created? Well, it made all the directory structure. And then I said, what happens when you tag the run in the playbooks? Are the untagged portions of the inheritable roles even shown in the output? So let's see if there's an untagged portion, if it's even shown. But first, everything has to update because this is a new lab, so that's fine. I said create a new role and inherit this playbook. Can you create a new role and inherit it in this playbook? Where would you put that role? Well, let's see if we could make one when we're done here. And then I said, can you remove the update role from this playbook execution? Can you do that while still leaving the update role for others to use if they wanted to? That's interesting. So I'm not going to delete the role out of the roles directory. I'm just going to delete the call of it out of my playbook or comment it out. That's how I would do that. So let's see. Let's see if we can do these things. Some of these labs I wrote long enough ago that I don't even remember them, so I'm learning it right along with you, or I'm re-remembering stuff that I forgot that I had put together. So there's that. So, okay. All right, by the way, there's our little Discord message. It says what we're doing around here, what we're trying to show you guys is that you can do this stuff and you can get into the systems engineering world if you want to. It's all it takes is a little bit of work. It is completely attainable. I don't think there's anybody out there that can't do this work. I just think that you got to go spend time with these systems. So I am not casting spells up here. I am doing simple things that become complex things, and I think that you guys can all do it too. Also, what's going on here? Oops. Did this stop working? There it is. Back. I was like, wait a minute. None of our stuff was working. Alright, there we go. I want you guys to at least see the closed captioning working, right? That might make somebody want to hang out and see the closed captioning going. So. Alright. I might have missed some chat. Hold on. What did I miss here? Yeah, Jeff is the godfather of Ansible. Yeah, Jeff's the man. I don't think Ansible would be nearly as prolific if it wasn't for Jeff Geerling, just so everybody knows. And his stuff was really good. I bought one of his books before COVID, but then during, like right at the beginning of COVID, he like made both of his books completely downloadable for free. He had Ansible for DevOps and did he do one Ansible for Kubernetes? I don't remember. I think I have. I don't know where I have this stuff. I have it downloaded here somewhere, but I don't know. But yeah, he has two books out that are pretty good. So there we go. All right, so this is running. We're seeing it including the tasks, and then going and calling these different things, debugging variables, installing the different stuff that it needs to on the nodes that it needs to based on the app variable that was assigned. So we've got that all working. Trying to get that all running. Also, I don't know how well YouTube keeps up on the, like if people that get in can see the old messages, but I've been putting all the labs up there. So if anybody's on the YouTube side, you should be able to see the old labs. I don't think his books are still free. I don't think they're still free. I think don't think they're still free. Yeah, you got to buy them. But for a while there, they were free when COVID first hit. They're $9. That's pretty good. Lean Pub, by the way, if anybody ever updates a Lean Pub book, it will always give you. Nice. I haven't seen his stuff on PTP, but his stuff's pretty good. Yeah, there's Gearling. Yeah, and then another one is his Kubernetes one. Yeah, he gave these both away. Oh no, I didn't know about this one. There's one called Ansible for DevOps as well. So Ansible for Kubernetes was his other one that I remember. Yeah, since early 2013. So I probably started Ansible around the same time he did, but he definitely took it way more seriously than I did. I just used it for my one use case back in the day of managing my servers. He used it for all of his web stuff, and he has done a tremendous amount for the community. So let's run this again. Look, it did everything. It did everything. Now let's run it with tags for only update. So now it's only going to run against the server or the tasks that have tags involved. So now it only did the upgrade or the update, and then now we're going to do the install, and it's only going to go the other way, and it's only going to do the install stuff. This is important because for right now, it doesn't matter all that much. Like, we already did both tasks, so you see it. But maybe if you wanted to make your like one base playbook and then have different usable tags for different teams or whatever, you can do that stuff. Make Stratum 1 observer of the GNS and then distribute that to your LAN. Interesting. Spectre, I haven't played with, I said GNSS, not DNS. Yeah, anyways. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played with that. So that's kind of a good thing. And I said, how do these compare? You only hit the ones you wanted to. Did it only work on the required each tag? Yes, it only worked on the ones that were tagged. I said, why do you think the default is just to use all? Well, because the default will always be all unless you limit things down. So you limit by tags for the tasks and the roles you want to use, and then you can, that's how we do tags. And then the -- limit is when we want to limit on servers and only hit certain servers. So now let's see. I said, could I install another? So could I do like something else in here? That was the question. Yeah, I'm gonna CD back into roles, and then maybe here in roles, I might say something like, I don't know, Ansible. I'll press up a few times. I'll go find my Ansible Galaxy, and maybe my Ansible Galaxy here, right here, will be, maybe this last time, we'll call this one uptime. Doesn't really matter, but we'll just call it uptime. And then I CD into uptime, and then tasks, and I VI my main YAML, and then in here I just say name, this is a check for uptime, shell, uptime, register, uptime, check, and then we do another thing and we just say this is the debug for uptime, right? Debug is our, and then the var that we're going to use is uptime check dot std out, right? That's what we want to see. Yeah, that should work. Okay, so I do that, right? And then I've got that uptime now, but I said, could I inherit that as another role? So I come back here and cd up one more, and then I say in my environment, could I, and then I said over there, can I remove any of these other ones? Yeah, I can comment those out. What the hell? There we go. Now, when I run this, I'll do the same exact playbook run that I did earlier without the tag, because those tags don't make any sense anymore. And now this should only do an update, a check of the uptime on the servers. So what might happen here is you might say, you might look at this and go, well, okay, so all it's doing is inheriting whatever is in each of those little galaxies that you made. And I say, yeah, that's it. That's it. And then you say, well, so then I just call whichever one I do or I don't want. And I go, yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's it. Can you put conditions here where we update, we only do an update when certain conditions exist and put that in this line, yes, we can add those things to it. In fact, I have that in other labs. But I wanted you guys to see that this can be so simple. And then you say, well, how many things can I have in the roles directory? Well, I don't know. How many directories can you have inside of a directory in Linux? Yeah, inspector. Yeah, I've often wondered what EMP might look like. EMP jacking up time, you know. And there's a lot of things that cause EMP, guys. It's not just nuclear war. There's other things that can cause EMP. And I think it's interesting. So, yep. But, well, you know, what can you do? For now, we just be the best engineers we can be, because, you know, that's what we do. So, hit this and I say, look at you learning Ansible. You created roles via Ansible Galaxy and then inherited them inside of an Ansible playbook. Yeah. Yeah, satellite warfare. Yep. So, let's go over here and let's say Ansible roles. And let's go look at the roles community documentation. And here's the role structure and a lot of information. And look here, yeah, you can just call web servers and roles. You don't even need to have tasks in the playbook if you don't want. In fact, I have a playbook. Let me pull this up in a second. I think the nodes are all down, but I need to get in there and do it. Here's roles. You can call roles. You can give them different variables for the roles. You can do way more complex stuff than I'm even showing, right? Static reuse of role. Man, there's so many things in here that I don't even bother using, but this. Oops. I want to scroll way up here. I'm going to say for this one, galaxies and roles. Read the Ansible roles documentation here. What are some other ways that you might use roles in your So again, a lot of these things in the digging deeper are like open-ended questions because it's more of you to go and find information that might be useful to you, right? But I'm just trying to show you guys stuff that's out there. We looked it up the other day on stream, but what does quartz oscillate at when it's hit with energy? Isn't it like 38,000? What was the quartz? What's the oscillation of quartz? They give it right here. The exact speed. It's right at the top. Where do they have it? I know they say it right here. Quartz is stable. It's always the same, by the way, in case you don't know. Or some of you guys probably do know that, but quartz is used because it has the exact same oscillation all the time. I just don't remember what it is. We looked it up the other day. I think it has it right here. Yeah, so when you see 32,768 hertz, that is so each oscillation of a sine wave in a 180-degree angle in 1 second is 1 hertz. So that's 32,768 oscillations of a wave every second. That's how that reads, right? So yeah, it's 32,768 is what it always is right there. So it always is. Yeah, dayline output from such quartz resonator goes high and low, 32,768 times a second, because hertz is always measured in 180 degree, one full oscillation of a sine wave. So right, that's how I have multiple PowerPoints on that kind of stuff, right? For basic data transfer type stuff. But anyways, okay, so we have that, and then rolls. So we did roll stuff. All right, we got rolls. All right. What else? What else do we have? So we got more labs to do. I've got only a few more labs to update, and then I've got a few labs to add here, and then I've got some ones to add on the Linux side as well. And then actually, it's funny, I got to update my drawings after that too. I've got a couple of drawings in the book, so if anybody ever looks at the actual official book, I published one yesterday for the new update. But at the top of each of the chapters, when you get into like the Linux thing, here's all the Linux labs, and then you could check them off if you were doing it. But on the Ansible side, I do the same thing, but I have to add to some of these. So Enterprise Ansible CSV reports there, but I need to add. Yeah, see, CSV report is in here, but I did add it in the drawing, so I need to add CSV report to the actual playbook. And then you guys can see that I've been adding to the digging deeper sections that aren't here yet. They are being added over on this document, so then when the new publish of the book comes out. By the way, anybody that already has the book, there's a few people that have the book. When I republish this with all the new data, it sends an email to everybody that has it, so people can just download the new version. So that's one of the nice things about LeanPub, is anybody that ever buys a book, you always can have all the new versions of the book forever. That's kind of nice. All right. Oh, the next one is the web server environment, right? So this web server deploy comes from a other lab that we have, where you get asked to deploy a web server and then give different environments as different ports on the web server. And when we do that, we do it by hand in the Linux lab, right? Because everything on the Linux side is all hands-on, right? You do each individual piece and you touch it and you go, oh, that's interesting. But on the Ansible side, I just make you deploy it all in a big playbook so you can see how it works, right? And then you can see how you would do it for like 10 teams, because it's much more effective to do 10 deployments with Ansible than to go do them by hand. So I'll ask you guys this. I'll leave it up to you guys. I'll even make it. I'll make a little. It'll be a poll right here for you guys. Do we? So here's our new poll. Do we do the Linux lab first? Yes or no? I know all the things. So do we do the Linux lab first before we do this next one? I'll leave that poll up there for a second for you guys, and I'll get rid of this other pin. We don't need that pin anymore. All right, there you go. So you guys can say, do we do the Linux lab first before we do this next lab, or do we just kind of go with this? Oh, someone grab me some water. I'll be right back, guys. Here, 1 second. You guys can do that poll, decide what you want, and I will do whichever. I don't care. Do we do the Linux lab first? Somebody said yes. Okay. You guys can still vote. Yes, no. Somebody knows Alta Linux, so they don't need it. China has the cheapest stuff. Okay, okay. Remember, guys, I'm on here on Sundays doing labs, but we also have a Discord. You guys are welcome to hang out down there and talk shop with all that stuff. It looks like you guys want to do the Linux lab first, so we'll do that first. Look, I get it. Not all of us have worked with Linux. Not all of us have built a Linux server out before, right? So let's go do. We'll go do the Linux lab real quick, and then this is a Linux lab on web server. All right. So here is. I'm gonna just pin this for. It'll just be the normal 20 minutes. And this won't be directly part of this part of the book here, but there is another part of the book that focuses on this. So let me go scroll. Oops. Okay. I think the Linux stuff's all first. So what's this one? 101. All right. So this is the Apache server. So here's the stuff around the Apache server. So task is build an Apache server and client setup to verify its full functionality. Given a bash prompt and 2 servers, complete in the allotted 60-minute time. That's the condition. And the standard is complete all activities when the lab, have multiple Apache ports listening, and providing different document root locations for your environment, right? This is the thing that we're doing here. Hi, what is Ansible used for? We use Helmwave and Company and OKD OpenShift Kate. So I'm guessing Ansible is kind of like it, but for what? Ansible is a tool that it's no different of an inert tool like a like you might have with Bash or something. But what Ansible does here's my best explanation of Ansible for you guys right here. It's from a presentation I gave a while back called this. That's Ansible. Here's what Ansible does. It's a configuration tool. It runs agentless in an environment. So you run it on one server, or you can run on multiple servers and invert the model, but that's not part of this for what we're doing. By default, it uses SSH protocol port 22. For Windows, you can hit WinRM on port 5985 or the secure 5986 if you want with certificates. It calls modules that can be individually added or removed from execution, so it can run things on different servers. Modules are well defined and easily referenced online. They're all written in Python, so you do need a Python execution environment on each of the different nodes that you connect to. But one of the reasons Ansible is so popular is it's agentless. It is not Salt. It is not Chef. It is not Puppet, where you need something running for it to communicate. As long as you have an SSH connection, which you need to have in an environment, you can connect to your server. Variable usage follows Python convention, so that's good. Modules exist that can make use of the Jinja 2 templating. You can easily output things to email, Slack, Teams, any of that kind of stuff, right? So there's all these kind of things. Oh, Inspector, for your sextants, you always have to have 3 of them, right? So you know if any one of them goes bad, because you have 2 other ones to test. It's always important, right? In case you guys haven't ever heard of that, a ship would always have 3, because then you have what's called a quorum, right? And that's also, quorum is a very popular concept in systems engineering as well. So, all right, that's what Ansible does. Well, I didn't mean to do that. All right, let's get our environment back up, because the people voted and they want to go through this lab. So this is how the Linux labs work. The Linux labs are a little more about what you're doing and what you're learning. And here's some reflection questions. So let's do the lab. I have the lab pinned for you guys. I didn't do the lab on the unit or on the YouTube side. There's the lab on the YouTube side if anybody's hanging out over there. Labs are free. I haven't mentioned that in a while. Labs are always free on Killer Coda. They don't charge anything. But your team is determined they need a website to test deployments rapidly. That's what you want to do. You've been tasked with installing a web server on node 01. Now we're going to do this by hand first, and then in the other lab we're going to do it with Ansible, right? So we're going to deploy Apache 2 web server on node 01. Then we're going to caption the version and install that for our records, because maybe security needs to know, or we just need to know what packages are on our servers, right? So we go throw that in a spreadsheet somewhere, or some kind of update type thing. We like to have things configured so we can read and verify. I'll use Ansible to compare all my packages on boxes and see which boxes are aberrant. especially kernels, man. I cannot have different kernels in a high performance compute environment. The OFED, which is our InfiniBand connection, OFED is based on the kernel version, so I build it to a certain kernel version. GPFS has a subsystem layer that's built off of the kernel. So you break all the functionality of your nodes in your cluster if you're ever off by even one version of anything. So everything needs to be the same. Verify that port node 01 is listening on port 80, and then verify that our web page is working. This first part is pretty easy. We're going to go to SSH node 01. We're going to see if Apache is on there. It is not. We're going to install it. Install Apache. By the way, I only said to install Apache, but look at all this other crap it's doing. Those are all dependencies. Just know that sometimes when you install something, especially like Apache, you get a lot of other stuff with it. So now you've got all these other things you've got to keep track of in your environment. So if I go look, there's Apache, there's some data on there. There's none of the security stuff. This is the very base server. I have to install more stuff if I want some of the security packages and stuff. But if I go look, I see it running. There's my Apache running. Here is LSOF for port 80. I see that's listening on port 80. I've got my web server up. And down here, I do an ss-ntuop, and I see that I'm listening to anything on port 80. So it's good. My web server's up and running. So I said, what are the names of the users that kicked off this process? Well, the user for Apache 2 should be said right here. The user is Apache 2. If on this box I want to now look at all the processes, ps-ef, grep-i for Apache 2. There's I did Apache, but there's all of the, the user is actually www data, right? That's all of the users that have kicked everything off. Howdy, I don't know if you've crossed this GitHub before, but I found it very interesting to practice some useful Linux commands. Startup me, I don't, that doesn't come through for me. If you put it in Discord, I'll link it. But for some reason, it's just the way this is set up. I think only, like VIPs of my mods can post things. But Startup me, if you drop that in our Discord, I'll link it. Just let me know. Let me know when you drop it in there. So, there you go. Okay. Where are we at? So we got that. Let's make sure the firewall's off. We don't have the firewall on. Yeah, there's our Discord. If you drop it in there and let me know, I will pull it up on the old page here. So now we're gonna go back to control plane. We're gonna see if we can curl that node, and yep, we got a web page open. Right? We did curl. Boom, everything's there. And then now, did you see the default web page? Yeah. Okay, you've set up the first part. Now let's see what else our team has for us in the next part. Oh, by the way, our little Discord bot that was written by Fisherman will talk to you. You can also ask questions of it. It's kind of funny. Any of you guys that mess around in our Discord, you'll see that bot used to be way meaner. If you go look at some of the old shit it used to tell people, it'd be like, it was mean, man. Like that bot was like a mean old sysadmin, and then he changed it to be much nicer to people. But yeah, Leo, if you drop that in there, or startup, yeah, if you drop that in there, I will link it. Whatever that is. Where's that? Mean jokes. Oh, bad databases. Man, isn't that like the story of our lives on the systems world? All right, so we've got a web server up, but no team is going to be happy with one single web server. What they're going to want is maybe the ability to test off of different ports, and then maybe go put their stuff in there and run it or deploy it or whatever they're doing with their web page, right? So for us, hold on, let me go look on general. Did we get that? I'm waiting for that GitHub link to come through. Here's a bunch of stuff. So the directive for the web page. So we're going to go edit this and make this work. But again, we're doing this by hand, guys. And this is not the fastest way to do it. And there's a lot of mistakes that could happen here. So, but we're doing it on the Linux side because I want you guys to see. So we have SSH to node 01. And we're going to go make 3 directories real quick. So I'm going to cd to var www real quick. And I see 1 directory in there. Yeah, this is in a lab, Mr. Extremely. Yeah, it's pinned up at the top. It's Killer Coda. It's free. You guys can go spend as much time in there as you want. They don't charge you anything. Here's the GitHub. Hold on. Here's a GitHub. Let's see. Learn by example 2i apps. Nice. I have not seen this before, but I will link this to people if they want it. Boom. That's the link. It looks like there's some cool stuff. You got sed and awk. That's good. grep. Python regex. That's good. Let's go look at sed. What does sed tell us to do? Ah, so you just install it and then you just go start running through your stuff. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. All right. I'll leave that up. We'll play with that later. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's good. Look, guys, there's a lot of stuff that's super valuable out there. I'm still a big fan. I know a lot of people consider it old, but tldp.org, I think the Linux documentation project is still one of the best places to go find bash commands. Like, if you're like me, and I very rarely remember all the file test operators. Oh, I know the ones I use. They have all the file test operators right here. Why memorize all these? By the way, they got a bunch of examples of them too. So, like, look, if you use bash often, I think you probably need to know -E. -A has been deprecated long ago, but you probably need to know -E. You probably need to know -S, so file is not a 0 size, meaning it hasn't just been touched. And then what's the other one? The directory. One that I know to check is, where's that at? I don't even see it on here. But these are the things that I think that you should kind of, yeah, file is directory -T. Yeah, I think that those are ones you should probably have memorized, but all the other ones, if you want to test for something, hell, go reference it. You don't have to memorize shit. I mean, there's some things that are good to memorize, but I think the next best thing to knowing something off the top of your head is knowing how to reference it. So let's make this directory real quick. We did, and since I'm on the Linux Labs, I'm going to tell you guys this like a Linux person. You did here a wildcard expansion against a makedir. So you did a make directory, so you were in an empty directory, it only had HTML, and you did a wildcard expansion of 3 things: dev, test, and QA. And if you knew nothing else about this, but you just saw the command execution, you would come down here and go, well, it made this directory, and this directory. So I can surmise that as it did that, it did the wildcard expansion and ran a makedir 3 times. The first time against var www.html dev, and then var www.html test, and then var www.html QA. That's what had to happen there. Yeah, inspector, and I try not to memorize it either, not just the insanity part of it, but I try not to memorize things. Same thing with sed and awk. I know awk to do the things I need to do, but I try to figure out awk stuff all the time. I'm like, gosh, how am I going to do that exact little proclivity of things? And I never remember. I never remember all their conditionals and stuff, but I can reference it if I need to, and I keep notes too. Like, notes are big. I'm a big fan of. I'll have this out when I'm doing notes. I'll have Notepad++ out, but I also will use OneNote because I think OneNote can do a good amount of things, and I'll keep all kinds of stuff going on in OneNote. What is this? Kind of training bullshit? Cisco training stuff. This was years ago. Man, how long ago did I do Cisco training? God, 2016? Look at that. A long time ago. that was a Cisco data center type thing that I was doing. And I was on a Linux project. Actually, that was when I first started AAA. All right, so check this out. We've made more document roots, but we still got to set up the system to use that. Yeah, Inspector. HP, good old HP Lovecraft. All right, let's go look at this Apache ports directory. So in here, there are the listeners that are going to be listened to on this system, and in our case, we're only listening on port 80. We're not even listening on these other 2 because we don't have these modules. We would need those modules for it. So I'm going to go down, and I'm just going to hit YYPPP, and I'm just going to add 80, 80, 80, 81, and 80, 82, because those are listeners that I want my Apache to start listening on. So Apache was only listening on port 80 earlier. We did a LSOF on port 80, and then we also did an SS-NTULP to see what ports were open, right? What our system was listening, what's being exposed, how can somebody connect to the system. We're now adding, we're telling it you can listen on these other ports. But when I hit escape:WQ, and then I press up a few times and look for that SS command, nothing changed. Hey, Practical, thanks for hanging out. I didn't even know you were hanging out this long. I appreciate you stopping by. I appreciate you sharing the community with me. By the way, guys, if you don't follow Practical, you probably should. He does software stuff, but I'll be honest, he probably does more coding on stream than most software and game devs do. He does a fair amount of getting down in his, I'm pretty sure he's using Godot, but it's he gets in there pretty heavy. So there's some good stuff in there. So yeah. Yeah, he rated us earlier, Inspector. I don't think you were around, but he rated us like 45 people, so it was pretty good. In fact, if there's 45 people here right now, it says 45 or 46, there's no evidence that they aren't all from Practical NPC right now. There's probably not. There's probably only about 5 left, but I do appreciate the people that did stick around. And anybody that is here that doesn't know Practical NPC, he really has some good stuff going on over there. Yeah, Rob must have mentioned me last week. Oh, he mentioned Practical NPC. I think I saw that. When he did that, because he does a good amount of coding, and his game looks really fun. Like he's got speedrunners and stuff going on already, and competitions and stuff, and it's pretty good. Pretty good little time over there. He's one of my primary background guys, Practical NPC. When I'm doing other work, I'll just have him on because he's over there doing other stuff. So I got to keep track of what the younger generation's doing, right? I got to know what all these younger guys are doing, right? Yeah, Inspector. Yeah, Inspector. I have no proof that any of you actually exist. You may just be a figment of my. Inspector, you could basically be a tribble for all I know. Who knows what a tribble is? Not treble, not trimble. A tribble. What's the trouble with tribbles? Does anybody know? Without Googling it, because if you Google the trouble with tribbles, you'll immediately know what a tribble is. But if you don't know what a trouble with tribble is, then yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's yeah. All right. What's the trouble with tribbles? You never see them do anything, but there's just always more of them. All right. So feel free to go watch the original Star Trek if you guys have missed it. I grew up with a lot of that stuff, right? Like that was on TV when I was a kid in the 80s. Next we're gonna. It's earlier than that, but it was on in the 80s. So next we're gonna create a directive for those. So check this out. Until you restart the Apache service, this is a very important thing to understand. Until you restart a service, none of the changes you made to those config files matter. This is why it's very imperative that if you're making changes to files, you make changes small, restart the service, especially in like dev environments, restart the service, let it come back up, make sure things work. All right, fair enough. So now, hold on. This is a new file, but it's in a directory. So I'm going to escape :Q, and we're just going to CD. Let's just CD into that directory real quick. I want to show you guys something. We're just going to CD into sites enabled, and there's this default one. There's a default site for our system, so we're going to go look at it before I go make something new. And this site, that's absolutely terrible. All right, it's got a virtual host on listening on 80. And the document root for that is var www.html. That's the default one. There's a server admin. There's an error log and a custom space. All this other stuff is literally just comments. So all this other stuff literally doesn't matter. Except that you start a directive by opening it. Excuse me. And then you end the directive by closing it. So let's go in this directory where we have sites enabled. We're going to add a testingteam.conf, which will be read in by the program as we start it. And here's the directives we're going to do. Now, you just looked at those, but let's make these 3 extra ones. I'm going to hit I over here, Control-Shift-V, and it's super easy. Virtual host port 80 is going to be a directive that is all defined right here. It's going to go and listen in var www.html dev as its document root. So in there, if anything comes in on port 80, and there is an index.html or home.html or home.htm file in there, there's a whole hierarchy of that, it's going to listen in there for it. So port 8080, port 8081, and port 8082. That maps directly to what we opened up in our listeners, right? Again, nothing's open until we restart everything. So now I'm going to go and I'm going to make, so I'm going to escape :WQ, so that's there. And I'm going to make a simple, silly little web page, the simplest web page anybody's ever seen, inside of dev HTML. It's going to be the dev page is in var www.html underscore dev index.html. Boom. Then test, same thing. Grab the test environment. This is just a simple little listener file, simple little a page that can be shared out when somebody connects to each. When somebody connects to each of these, and this isn't a class on HTML or anything, but HTML is super simple. Turn something on, turn it off. Turn it on, turn it off. Turn it on, turn it off. Turn on the body, turn off the body. That's it. It's like the simplest little thing ever. Right, quit. Okay? So now I've got all those built. And the last thing I need to do is restart Apache. So now it's going to go read all those configs that we just built. And then we go listen, and we say, we're listening on all of those. And then we'll go read each one of those real quick. And we just did a read and then looked only for dev, test, QA. And on port 8080, we saw dev. On port 8081, we saw test. And on port 8082, we saw QA, which should perfectly map with what we expect, dev, test, and QA. In fact, all these things have to be right or this shit will just break everywhere, right? But that's the Linux configuration. You configured a web server, change the listeners for different ports, and the document root location. So that's all it takes on Apache to set it up. If you never set up an Apache server, that's about as simple as you need. In fact, that's way more complex than you need. Really, just need to drop something in var www.html. That's all you actually need. But if you want to change the port, or if you want to have multiple listeners, so you have like a dev, a test, and a QA environment, you could do all that on one server. Best case, we'd really have them built into different servers, but your company doesn't have as much funds as like GoDaddy or Google or whatever, and you can't just spin up servers in your virtual environments. This is a viable poor man's multiple different environments. And then all you have to do is just, like I was doing there, just curl against the ports you want to hit, and you would see it exactly as well-formed HTML. You'd be able to read it directly, like I'm reading directly off that page, and you could do all kinds of stuff. Curl can do a lot of stuff, so can wget around, how you transfer the data and if it's coming in a good format and all that kind of stuff. So, all right. Let me see. It's super funny that on the YouTube side, because I keep flipping on one of my other monitors, I flip between the YouTube stuff and the Twitch stuff, and the YouTube stuff is like 4. What have I been on? 3 hours and 40 minutes. It's probably over an hour behind. It's got me still looking at Ansible stuff right now. So those are proxies. No, those are actually just ports directly being listened to on an Apache server. They are actually their own directives. So if I hold on, what directive? Where am I at? Yeah, it's actually they are their own directives, so they're not technically proxies. They're literally their own port open on a web server. Yeah, could they be proxies? Technically, I could have these open and listening and pass stuff somewhere else. Yeah, depending on how I have Apache set up. Yes, but no, they're really just going to their own little. They're just their own little landing zones. I have 80, 8080, 8081, and 8082. So I have 4 web servers running as virtual directives inside of this one machine right here. And this is how GoDaddy used to do it back in the day, in the early 2000s when I worked for them in their NOC. It was flat files of like 1,000 or 2,000 of these on a node. And then there was automation that pulled those flat files out, but this is how it got done right here. This is how servers got connected and all that kind of stuff in the early 2000s. When we did hosting. GoDaddy still does a lot of hosting, but mostly I think they're still just a domain registrar. But they were back in the day real big on hosting. I think they still probably are, but they're not. I don't think they're as much as like AWS and some of these other places are. Azure, that kind of stuff. All right, good. Where else are we at? We're almost at 4 hours, so I've done a lot of talking today. But so that was our Apache lab before we got to, so we did that. If you did that whole lab with me, then you come over here and here's your reflection questions. What other packages were installed when you installed Apache 2? There was a bunch of them. Why were they installed? They were dependencies. When you install Apache, does it automatically start on the system? The answer to that was yes. Is it set to start on future boots of the server? Yes, that was enabled. Systemctl status Apache 2. it is running, and over here to the right, it is enabled. Enabled means startup on, it will start on startup. Running means it's active running now, right? What user owns the main PID of the Apache 2 process? The main PID is this here. So if I do a ps-ef grep for that, grep for that PID, the main PID right here is it's started by root, but then all the other ones underneath it are started by www-data. And by the way, 21738, the fact that it's PPID, this is the PPID, which is the parent process ID, is 1. That tells me that if I knew nothing else about this, if I knew this, if I just looked here and saw Apache, and I saw that Apache was running here, and I saw that 1 was the parent process ID, well, before I even tell you guys, what does that mean? What does it mean that 1 is your parent? If you're a process and you're running on a server of any type, this is almost all modern Linux systems, what does it mean to have 1 as your parent? What process always gets 1 in a modern Linux system? Ubuntu and Red Hat does this. This is useful for tracing things down. This means that systemd started that process. So then if I go system, and I don't know what it is, so I say systemctl grep, and I just print everything out. So systemctl grep-i for Apache. There's my service. Systemctl cat Apache 2 will tell me how it was started and where the file was found that actually started that service. So look at all that. Lots and lots of stuff. Lots and lots of things. Not impossible to use PIDs correctly. All right. Let's go down here. Oops. So we did the Apache server. We got it running. We proved that. That is very useful. I think that lab right there is great to show you. If you're somebody who says, Scott, I've never once in a million years set up a Linux server, like a Linux Apache server, I think that lab is perfectly fine to get you probably 90% of the things you need to know, like in general. So right here, now I'm going to show you that what happens. This is like a lesson in engineering right here. I'm about to teach you guys a lesson. You're gonna learn today, boy. Here you go. Here you go. Now we're gonna learn. What happens is, here's our web server deploy. And I'm gonna pull this up. I'm gonna link that lab in a second. Give me a second here. And /pin this lab. I'll manually unpin it. And also pin it over for anybody hanging out on YouTube. I don't think anybody's hanging out on YouTube. But if you guys do like YouTube, there's the YouTube stuff. Most of the stuff over there that I have that's still up is like very persistent stuff, specifically around our networking primer, our high performance compute stuff, which is like a primer on high performance compute. And then I have one on monitoring as well, like monitoring systems, because those are kind of the things that I find myself doing the most as an engineer nowadays. So, okay. All right. Anyway, so we're going to do a web server deploy here, because here's the lesson that you're about to learn. Here's the thing, if you guys don't know. Your team was so happy with your work on the deploying a web server that 10 other teams have come and asked you for the same deployment form. So, if you guys have never heard, no good deed goes unpunished, right? So now we're going to get punished for doing the thing that we needed to do there. So we're going to make a web server available on a node. But by the way, the reason I say 10, even though we're only really doing 1, is once we have Ansible and once we have the inventory, we can go hit all the nodes we want, right? So what we're really doing here is creating a deployment that will go do all those things, but in an automated fashion, so I don't have to go type at the keyboard on all those things. You guys touched all the pieces in the last lab, and that's valuable. It's like, okay, I grok this. I understand how this is going. But hold on. Now, we've got to deploy it a bunch of places, and I don't want a fat finger, and I don't want to be working for 10 hours to deploy this in all those environments and be like, oh shit, I forgot that one thing. Let's just turn it into an Ansible playbook. Then we can deploy this everywhere. By the way, this is the start of and a lot of the stuff I say in these later Ansible playbooks. If you find anything here that would be useful for you in your company, you're doing this, and you're like, oh, that'd be really cool, take it. I mean, you probably would anyways, because shit, everybody I know that codes or does anything, we're all copy and paste experts, right? I'm telling you to take it, because why not? It was stolen when I found it, right? That's but anyways, so some of this stuff I did write myself, but the point is, it's all it doesn't matter to me. I don't lose anything from my ability to do this if I need to, by you guys going and doing it in your companies, right? I think that's valuable for you. That might get you a good pat on the back, and then you go, well, maybe I'll buy Scott a beer one of these days or something. I don't really drink, but you know what I'm saying, like that kind of stuff. Yeah, or chat prompt. You know what? And this is interesting. This has come up a lot. In fact, for some reason, my phone thinks that I need this help, which I think is actually really interesting. My phone has been asking me about it's like, I'll write all your research papers for you, and I'm like, I'm gonna write my own research papers. But my college students, a lot of my college students, they don't see any problem with just having Chat GPT or whatever tool it is, whatever large language model. They don't see any problem with having that write their stuff for them. And I said, it is the way things are going, but as an engineer, your value that you add is by understanding things and knowing things. So I would really caution people just saying, I'll just do this. And in fact, some of our guys that are like solutions architects with AWS, they mentioned that one of the best things about the little Chat GPT and those type of things, and Copilot and whatever other ones they're using, is that it's like a junior admin over their shoulder that can go and find things for them and reference them, and then they still have to fix a lot of things too. But I would tell you, in the academic space, I would highly advise people stay away from it, because yeah, it'll go and do all this shit for you, but you have to know some of this too. Some of this you have to be able to pull off. Hiring managers most enjoy identifying exercising extremists from the rank. More importantly, how do I fly under their radar? Inspector, can I tell you, it's funny you say that. I often say with ITIL, like I got asked one time, I was doing an ITIL 3 training in 2016, and I'm sitting in this ITIL training, and I thought the training was going pretty well. I liked it. But the guy asked all of us in the class, it was like an icebreaker, and it's like, what are you here for? What do you hope to learn? And I raised my hand and I said, I hope to learn just enough of this ITIL stuff to be able to surf on top of the process and not allow the process to slow me down. And he goes, that's probably one of the more honest answers that I've heard. And that's the thing. I play the game, Inspector, I play the game just enough to get along. That's it. That's what I do as an engineer. I tell people, I don't argue with people in meetings. I don't yell at people if they don't listen to me. I just lay out my case. I write my emails. I send my Slack messages, whatever I need to show that this is what I think should be done. And if people don't listen to me, I'm like, fuck it. I don't care. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I tell you guys all the time on here, an engineer's job is not to lose sleep over if a system's up. The manager's job is that. Our job is just to keep the stuff going as best we can and make recommendations, right? So I very rarely lose any sleep over anything related to systems world, just so you know. But, all right. So here I say, make sure that we're gonna build this out. We're gonna do the exact same thing we just did in Ansible, though. So we're gonna cat root hosts, and here's our web server. So this is the first time I've shown you that you can have one host group and another host group, and this host group is Node01, environment dev, and app web. It doesn't have the last character on it, so the new line gets cut off when I load them up. But control plane is just the prompt. But let's go look at what's going on in here. If we go look at in the answers file, so if we ls answers, there's a whole bunch of files that are already in there built for us. And if we just go look at one of them, the answers dev index, here's the simplest little HTML file that we did from the other lab. And then here's the definition of the virtual host for that dev environment right here. Virtual host, and then the directive right here being created, all the way down to there. This is the exact same things you just touched in the last lab. But what I'm doing is I'm showing that those are all already built for you. I'm not making you go rewrite them. But it is going to go put them in all the same places and that stuff. So I said create a component create each component of the web or the root web environment YAML. So vi root web environment .yaml file. So here we go. Here's all the pieces of it. Here's all the pieces as we go down, look through it. All right, I'm gonna actually, you know what? I'm just gonna copy it, and then I will. I'm gonna copy in answers web environment to root. All right, so vi root. We'll just go look at the file, and I'm gonna walk through all the pieces in here that are shown over on the left. So we're gonna run against the web servers from that host group. So we're not gonna hit servers. We're only gonna hit the web servers, which is node 01. That was the only one in that group. Gather facts true, all that good stuff. What's the first thing we need to do? Well, we need to install the Apache 2 server. This is something very similar to what you guys might have seen in one of that earlier, in one of the earlier labs, if you guys were around, and we were using apt with package. Well, you can also use apt with name if you just want to give it one name, and we're going to give it Apache. They're too extreme for safety, yeah. Okay, so that's gonna build that, and then as soon as we're done building that, the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna make sure, just like we did in that last lab, that all of the directories that we need are there. So we're gonna use the file module for that, and the path that we're gonna use for the file module is var www html underscore, and then if you remember from the last lab, it was dev, test, and QA. Well, here we loop dev, test, and QA. So, all the pieces. The state is directory, meaning make that as a directory. So var www.html underscore dev, test, QA should be made. And when we're done with that, we're going to set a notify to restart Apache. Because once we do this, we would also have to restart Apache. But the next thing we need to do is we're going to add the listener ports to this file, etc Apache 2 ports dot, here's ports.conf, right? Yeah. So I want you guys to think about this. This is going to go to that file each time, and after the listen, after it finds listen, it's going to create, and it's going to make it present, the line listen 8080, then it's going to loop over again, it's going to do listen 8081, and then it's going to do listen 8082. We had to add those listeners, remember, for the ports. So there we go. When we're done, we're going to say, I'm going to need to restart Apache. Now, I want you guys to think about notify as almost like a checklist. We're going through the tasks in order, and the notifies only happen one time at the end. It's very important to know that you can't, like, even though we're going to notify 4 times the first time the playbook runs, the handler will only run once. That's a very important distinction to make, because otherwise we'd be starting Apache all over the place. We don't want that. We want to restart Apache and notify it at the end. So now check this out. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to push all those virtual directives. So we're going to go grab each of these files here, dev virtualhost.conf, qa virtualhost.conf, test qa virtualhost, or test virtualhost.conf, and we're going to grab that from the answers file directory, and we're going to go put them each individually into the sites enabled folder. Now, if you remember from the last lab when we did it in the Linux world, we're still doing it in Linux world, but we're using Ansible for it. You guys saw me put them in one big file, but here, everything in sites.enabled is going to be its own file. And does that matter? The answer is no. We're just doing it a different way. We're doing each one individually as its own file, and then we inspected it so we know what it looks like, but each one is just going to be sitting in there ready to listen. And then when we're done, we're going to restart Apache. But again, we're just notifying, we're like checking a box, restart Apache when we're done. Even though all of them do it, it's only going to restart one time at the end. So let's come down here. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to push HTML for each page over. This is the web server part. And this one kind of gets a little weird, but let me allow me to elaborate real quick. So copy is still the module we're using, and the source is where we're getting it from. So the source is in the answers file. It's item.name. So here's our item each time of the loop, and name. So we've got a dev index file, a test index file, and a QA index file. So we found it. But when we push it over there, check it out, guys. When we push it over there, we push it to var www.html underscore dev for the dev one, but it gets stripped off to just be index.html because we don't need to keep these under these different pieces. So as I did it, we strip off their identity and we put them in the right directory, but it's just as an index.html file. So I'm moving them in and changing their name in real time, right? Then we get to the end and we have the handler for restart Apache that we've notified 4 times now, but it's only going to run once, and that's going to restart Apache. So we're going to start this environment up right here. We built all the pieces. There's all the pieces right there. And then over here I say, what is the lab package needed to run the web server in the lab? That's Apache 2. This is the first lab that talks about handlers. From the behavior condition for notifying, what is the behavior condition for notifying a handler from a task? You notify the task if this is changed. So some of you guys have seen before that we get either an OK or a changed or a failed or an unreachable. Those are our 4 things. A notify only happens if this comes up changed. I'll prove that to you here in a second. All right, escape colon Q, because we didn't change anything in there. And now we're going to run this playbook real quick. And we're going to see it do all the things it needs to do. It's going to change on each one of these things. It's going to install Apache. It's going to go do each of those different pieces and change everything. And then when it's done, you're going to see one restart of Apache right at the end. So it's going to go push those things over. That's the loop happening. It's doing all of the different things that we just inspected. And then it ran the handler and it changed. So look, we did all these things. Each time they said change, it's going to notify that we got to restart Apache. 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 Restarts Apache once. It's like getting hysterical. We got to restart Apache. We got to. Where's that? There it is. It's like this. I haven't done that in a while. All right. So it did it once. But now it says right here, rerun the playbook. This is idempotency right here. Nothing has to change. Everything's there. Everything's there. There's nothing to read. There's nothing to... It doesn't even say the handler right here. The handler's not even shown. Look, earlier you saw task, 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 running handler. You come down here, green, 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 green. Nobody needed to do anything, no handler. This is a very powerful thing in Ansible. Because if I have to run this on 10 nodes, and I've already done it on the first 4, but the other 6 came up later, and I don't want to be in the middle of the night mucking around with changing my inventories, it's like that. Handlers only executes when you change. Yes, when they're notified, and the notify state is only on a change. So look here where it keeps saying notify restart Apache, and notify restart Apache, and notify restart Apache. But it only notifies if there's a change in here. But now that they're all green and they're all done, I did not have to restart Apache this time. That's very powerful, guys. That's very, very... Yeah, because I could have a task after each one of those that just restarts Apache, but I'd be restarting Apache every time for no reason. It would just... Are cows turn off? Cows are only on if you install cowsay. So if I do Ansible, apt-y install cowsay, right? I can't believe I'm doing this. It's going to be there by default. No, they're on by default, Mr. Extreme. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they're on by. Oh, fuck. Hate those stupid cows. But here we go, right? The cows tell you what's going on in the lab. But so there you go. Yeah, there they are. But you have to have cowsay installed. So there you go. Yeah, it's just maddening. There's a surprisingly large amount of things in Linux that work with cowsay. It is a shockingly large amount of things. It is a disturbingly large amount of things. The people who have went out of their time out of their way as engineers to make their output work with cowsay is, I don't want to say staggering, but it's big. So if you've never used cowsay, turn it on and watch what it does to your system, because it is, or install it and watch what it does to your system. But don't do it anywhere else. Yeah, there's a global variable. Yeah. Absolutely. This would be me. I would then be het rage. Where's my het rage? I need it. There. There's Het Rage. Try to disturb me with Calce. Yeah. Freaking Calce, man. Alright, so let me show you guys something else that's really powerful in Ansible. So, you guys just, if you did this, if you watched the last lab, or you did the last lab, the last lab, we did all this by hand, but this one, it was a little longer setup. Look, I'm going to admit that this is longer and harder. That's what she said. Than the other lab. This is. But now I can just sit here and watch Netflix while I deploy this on all 9 other of those environments. Does that make sense? And it's all, and by the way, again, if any of this stuff is ever useful to you guys, please take it. Right? Let's just do more on web environment. This is it. It's install it. Start building your things. Your use case will almost certainly be different in your organization for whatever you're gonna do. So just take these things, grab these, have this as a code snippet, and say, oh yeah, I don't need to notify restart Apache. I need to notify restart SSHD. Oh, I need to write my handlers down here. Now, in here, since this is a flat playbook that I wrote, everything is either a task or a handler. But in your roles earlier, if you guys were here and we were doing inheritable roles out of Galaxy, handlers are going to go in their own directory. Remember there were all those directories and we were doing tasks? You're going to notify handlers and then you're going to write your handlers up there. So I'll just build one real quick. Ansible Galaxy. Let's say I had an Ansible Galaxy in it of let's say Apache install, right? And then I CD to Apache install, which would typically be down a roles directory. And then I would have my tasks in here and all my handlers over here. So I would CD to handlers and then vi main.yaml. And in here I would put this handler, right? And it would be left centered, right? You don't need. And then all of my other parts of my playbook would be up in tasks. And then all my tasks for the install would be down here. And then I could inherit that. There you go. What was the one you guys made me install the one time? It's pretty funny. It's apt install SL. You guys seen SL before? If you ever mess up LS in front of a group of people. Oh, okay, hold on. So watch this. This is important. Echo $path, and I see my path here, but users games is not in there. So there's a couple of things I could do. I could make a link to somewhere else, or I could just say path equals $path : user games. Oh, whoops. There we go. And then now, if I look at my path, it's there. And now, if I do SL, it does that to me. So, which I think is pretty funny. But I've never had that installed anywhere. But I've heard about that from different engineers over the time. And somebody mentioned about a week ago. I think we were talking about something, and it's just funny that you can have SL. So now, check this out. We can check: is everything listening? Yes. Curl node 8080, tiny little web page. Curl node 8081, tiny little web page. Curl node 8082, tiny little web page. We got all this stuff. Oh, so I didn't actually overwrite path. I appended to path. So path equals what was already there with user games on the end of it. So if I echo my path out, it adds it to it. And also, John Lego, if you're still around, thanks for the follow. I missed it earlier. This won't save between sessions, no. No. You'd have to go put this in one of your .bashrc or your .etsy profile or profile.d in one of your loader files. You'd have to put it down in there. Guano, thanks for showing up. Yeah, so all I did was I just added the path to the end. That's all this thing did. So here was the original path. And here's the path with it appended to the end. That's what that did. So, yeah, I didn't change the original path on my system. I just added. But yeah, it is good to note that path is set in your either your .bash rc or in Etsy bash rc or in Etsy profile or Etsy profile.d somewhere, and you can override any. Your environment is yours to break however the f you want. I don't know if you guys know that. The things that are in your home directory are completely in control of what's going on in your bash shell, up to anything that takes admin permissions. Right? If you're not root, you can do anything else in your system that is not like an admin permission. You actually have a tremendous amount of power in Linux, even as a normal user. And I wouldn't know because I'm always root, but no, I'm just kidding. I sometimes have to go and play around with the normal users to pretend to be like them so I can see what permissions they do or don't have. All right, so check this out. This is where Ansible shines even more, but this one can get messy. And in fact, I show this in the lab that what I'm doing is kind of dirty, kind of quick and dirty. This is the first time I show you guys how block works in any of the labs. The first time we do block in any lab. And I say, what are the other parts of block that you might want to use in a playbook? So I'm going to make, actually in digging deeper, I'm going to say read about the block module in Ansible here. And let me go find that real quick. Also, thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Block module in Ansible. Blocks are very, 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 very powerful. They have a lot of very useful things that they can do. They can do error handling. They are very similar to like a try and catch. They have things that they always do. They have rescue things that'll always happen if something fails. There's a tremendous amount of things that you can do inside of blocks. So, let me post that here. I'll lock this, or I'll send this down to you guys as well. If you want to read about blocks, right? So I say read the block module here, and we're adding to these labs as we go, guys. By the way, there's Rangers. It's 90. I think it's 96 right now in Phoenix. By the way. What does it say right here? Hold on. Oh, it says it's only 90, but it's getting there, guys. It's getting there. Shoot, I can't believe it's only noon. So it says right here, you've been extremely successful. Now the teams want the ability to turn off or redeploy only parts of the environments as needed. So now here we go, right? They want each piece to exist independently of each other. So now, what I did earlier was I deployed everything, guys. Now we need to pull that back and pull out individual pieces. Hey, thanks for the Prime. I'm just gonna call you Mints. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. You can use your Prime anywhere. You use it here. I always appreciate that kind of stuff. Keeps me motivated, keeps me doing this stuff. This, by the way, all this stuff that we do, guys, we do it from the Professional Linux Users Group perspective. That's why I get on here to tell you guys about this, is because you guys can do this stuff, right? Like, you guys can get in here and do this. So if you guys do want to join our Discord, that's also something that is free for you guys to go do and hang out with. Okay. All right. So let's say now we need to break out the playbook and turn off the listener for test on port 8081. So now we've got to do this other thing. And I said there's no answers here. You have to do this one on your own. You can do it manually, but know that you're going to be doing that a lot for all of these developer teams. And I say, okay, there's an answer. I made an answer for you guys. Ultimus, thanks for the subscription at Tier 1. I appreciate that too. Yeah, Discord's pretty great, man. We hang out down there. There's a lot of meme sharing. There's a lot of blowing off steam. Like, I think engineers, like, that's why we have the complaints channel. You guys have to be ready to... You guys have to understand that, like, this engineering stuff is a different time. I mean, it's mental. Like, I can say that working with your mind is different than working with your body. And you say, well, how can you compare that? Well, I was a construction worker when I was a teenager, and I was the Army infantry, so expert and combat infantry, if anybody cares. But the point is, like, I've worked with my body. I understand being tired like that, but mentally is a totally different type of being tired as well. So I don't know where I was bringing that up, except as engineers, we blow off steam a lot. So there's a lot in there. We got a little complaints channel. I was complaining about, what was I complaining about today? I was talking about writing web posts. I'm constantly posting in my chat for my college, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, you didn't do enough posts. And I'm like, I swear to God, I did like 3 posts a day, and I didn't meet the 5 minimum for the week. And I'm like, how the hell is that the thing? Yeah. Ultimus, my streams VODs will be 60 days in Twitch here, and they are on. Yeah, they're 60 days on Twitch because I have Turbo for some reason. With Turbo, they're like, oh yeah, and also if you're a streamer, you get 60 days. And then also they're on YouTube as well. So we have a YouTube, and I blew away a lot of the older YouTube ones, but I might leave these ones up. I think YouTube keeps them forever, but I don't know. But the things that matter, like the things that I make persistent, that are like my recordings, are up there for anybody to use. That's the HPC talk, the networking talk, and the monitoring talk that we did. So those ones are up there for like real stuff. If you guys are like hanging out and wanting to do that stuff, so. But I definitely appreciate you guys, and you know, that stuff keeps me motivated. So let's look at the answers for this. Let's just copy in the answers, and then we'll just cat root individual web environments. So the other one was web environments and deployed everything. Now we're doing a tiny little one. Oh, did I cat that? I meant to VI that. And I'm gonna spread this out just a little bit so that we can see a little more. This one. All right. So now I have some information at the top. Anything that's pounded out doesn't get seen. It's just commented out. And I have some required variables. So if you try to run this without my variables, it's not going to work. And the deploy needs to be present or absent. So are we deploying something or are we removing something? Wait, what happened, Inspector? Masochistic exercise includes hypoglycemia thing with endurance cycling. Nice. Inspector, I worked out yesterday morning pretty hard. I train jiu-jitsu. For you guys that don't know that, but I went over and we do like just a workout for grappling, and it's a lot of like, I wouldn't even call them burpees, but they're similar to burpees. So if you guys know what like burpees are, getting up and down off the floor, we did a lot of those, and we did a lot of push-ups and a lot of squats. Really, that's really the crux of it. It's a lot of push-ups, a lot of squats, a lot of body weight stuff, because that's what you need for wrestling. And I got done with that, and I had like about an hour, and I was hydrating and stuff, and I went to give blood, and I've been giving blood since I was like 18 years old. Like I've been giving blood for a long time. I've given, I think, over 5 gallons or something, they've told me. Like I've given a lot of blood over time, I think. And I went to give blood, and the girl's like, you're just under the amount of iron. So she stuck me again, and she goes, I'm sorry, you can't give blood today. And I'm like, I didn't even know that was a thing for guys. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like that a guy could not give. I didn't know, like, how am I low on iron? So I started going and self-diagnosing and looking stuff up. Like I'm like, I don't have that. I don't have that. I don't have that. What the hell? I'm like, how? So anyways, the girl though there said maybe I worked out real hard. She's like, sometimes people burn off their, I don't know what the hell that is. But anyways, all right. So let's keep doing this. Let's look. So now this one says, now you got to give an environment dev tester QA, and then you've got to give me a port number too. But it even says right here, if it doesn't match the defined spec, that's going to be on you. You're going to break the deployment. So this one gets a little messy. So now we say install Apache 2 server if we needed to. So make sure that's there. And then here's the block for present. So if we're making something deploy present up here, then here is the block for it. And I'm going to walk you guys through how this works. Look all the way to the bottom. When deploy is equal to present, all this will happen up here. Right? From block down to there. Now hold on. Down here, block for the absent state, everything that happens in this block happens when deploy is equal to absent. So you have this control, and by the way, I even mentioned over here, we're not doing rescues, we're not doing always, we're not doing any of those things. Oh, I get this little sad thing that's like, oh, you missed the hype train. And I'm like, I didn't realize that was a thing. I mean, I know what hype trains are, but I'm saying like, it's telling me right now, like this really sad thing, you missed the hype train. I'm like, what the hell? We're talking about Linux. Get out of here, sad guy on Twitch, right? Like we're talking about Linux. So, all right, now let's look at what's happening now. If you guys remember, and I don't expect everybody to remember all the other stuff, but what happens in here is, I do expect you to remember that we had var www html and then the environment. Well, what's the environment variable? It can be dev tester QA. So this will remove that directory and then notify to restart Apache. And then down here, this thing will remove the listener for the port number, so 8080, 8081, 8082, that you gave up there as well. Then it'll notify to restart Apache. This one will push the directives file. Actually, I need to fix this name. Um, oh, this is for the deploy still. Sorry, so this is the deploy side, and this will only push the things that need to be there. So that's present. Now the removal one is going to do that same thing, but it's going to strip the things that don't need to be there anymore. Just tell the doctors to suck it since I'm asymptomatic about it. Yeah, it's interesting, Inspector. Yeah, I've always like, I remember I used to watch, they would put the blood in the little thing and it would just drop to the bottom, and I'm like, okay, and they're like, you got plenty of iron, and I'm like, okay, good. This is the first time, 42, that they're like, you can't give blood today, and I'm like, I didn't even know that was a thing. Do I need to eat more of my little pistachios here on stream or something? My little pistachios? I love pistachios, by the way. Like, do I need to eat more, like, steak? I eat a lot of steak, I thought, but I don't know. Whatever it is. But anyway, so okay, so let's run this playbook. But before I run it, I'm gonna go all the way down here at the bottom. When we're out of the blocks, we still have the normal restart Apache. So let's go to run it, but I'm gonna put a pound sign before I hit this button. So look at what this is gonna do. Here's my Ansible playbook -I root hosts. So that's our inventory. We're gonna write. We're gonna use root individual web environment, and then we're gonna give these extra vars. For this one, we're gonna deploy absinthe. So we're gonna use that bottom one. Spinach. Oh god, I wish I could eat spinach, man. I've tried to eat spinach my whole life, and I can't do it. But I eat potatoes, which I know potatoes have it, and I eat broccoli, so I know broccoli has it. But maybe that's why Man of Steel, right? The whole thing. Environment's gonna be test. We're gonna pull test out, and the port is gonna be 8081. So environment will be test. We'll remove that from the virtual config, and the port will be the port for 8081, and that'll be removed out. So we're going to use this bottom part. Oh, and we'll delete the environment. So if I were to look real quick before I do that, test is there. 8080, 8081, 8082. All of those pieces are there, right? Maybe you ate too much or something, got rid of urine. Well, I don't know. I drink a lot of Monster, but I didn't think that was a thing. So let's run this playbook real quick. And we're going to remove, and then the cows are there. And it's going to skip all these other things. But it's going to remove the thing it needs to. It's going to change that. And then we'll go rerun. And here's port 8080. And here's port 8082. But port 8081 that we just removed, it's gone. We removed it. Normal people are too weak to handle my blood transfusions. They require more oxygen than most. Interesting, Inspector. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not like super worried about it. It's just kind of weird that because I never really have health problems. I train a lot of the sport that I train, but I don't really get injured very often because I stretch a lot and I keep myself in pretty decent shape. But look, to finish off the lab, ensure that port 8081 is off per the requirement. So we just did that. So check, boom. Look at you learning Ansible. You created a playbook to deploy a web server for your development teams. You then created a solution that allowed them to deploy or remove only the environments that they want. Oh, Mr. Extremely, what's on my shirt? It is a shirt that came from some of my family. It says, Dad, what are clouds made of? And he says, mostly Linux servers, son. It's a web joke. It's like a web comic that's been out there. But some of my family found that on a shirt, and they're like, we need to get that for Scott. So yeah, it's just the dad talking. Yeah. So let's go. Let's read about the blocks module real quick. So blocks, and then what is the rescue in block? How might you use it? And then what is the always in block? How might you use it? Right? So this is, as we're going through the labs, the book keeps giving you more and more things to go read about. The big server list is made of servers. Yeah, it's true, Inspector. In fact, as an aside, I haven't pulled up serverless land in a long time. Serverless land is like, if you tell me, hey Scott, I wanted to get into dev work, I want to go get my developer associate in AWS or something, this is where I would tell you to spend your time in serverless land. They have a tremendous amount of just even free stuff that shows you about it. If you tell me, hey Scott, I use Terraform, but I need to go work on some stuff, they have patterns that are out there, and you can go to like patterns and be like, okay, for Pulumi or for Terraform, I want to use with Python, I need to go deploy some of these things, and you can go find the pattern for a bunch of different stuff. In fact, they even got the Git clone over here, so you can just download it. Here's how we set an application load balancer to go to service 1 or service 2 for Apache with Terraform right there, right? Go grab that, and all you need to do is give a var for a region. So there are some things you need to put in here, but they're pretty easy to write for yourself if you're, I want to say like semi-functional as like an engineer. Like you can at least go look up some shit, right? Because I mean, you got like obviously it's not going to tell you what region you're doing. You need to know your region, right? But you can set all these variables yourself. Pretty straightforward. Probably shouldn't take you too long in any of this, but it shows you how to do it. All right, let's get rid of this. Go check on Ranger. How's Ranger doing? He's laying around like he's tired. Dog hasn't done anything all day. Barely moved around except to get up and get treats, so he's fine. All right, so that was lab 16, which was about this web server deploy. And I said, what are the different things you're doing? What are the other parts of block that you might want to use in a playbook? What are the things that each of these things do? How does the looping variable change when you push over the HTML for each page? Why is that important to change the name as you deploy them? Well, because we got to make sure the names are correct for each of the different environments. So what are the directories that are created for webroot? That's var, www, dev, HTML, dev, or whatever. Oh. It's HTML underscore dev, HTML underscore QA, and then HTML underscore test. Again, these questions, if you have the book, the questions here are not like for you to like send them to me and for me to grade them. They're for you to like journal and think about the different things that you're doing, right? So there's that. Also, we have a Discord. You guys can hang out in there if you guys want to. I won't be on too much longer. I've been on for I've been on for 4.5 hours. It's a long time for me. I got a few more labs to do though, so I will be doing them. All the labs are here. If anybody wants to work on the labs even offline, there's some pretty good ones. Yeah. Yeah, I'm down to the last few. So this is a playbook to clean up packages for security purposes, NFS server and client, generating CSV, and then our firewall configuration, which are ones that some of these ones are kind of newer. Like this one's about 3 weeks ago, and this one's in the last week, maybe about a week ago now. Maybe this was a month ago or so. And it's how to generate, like this is feeding management information, so it's CSV. CSV also works a lot in data science, so some of you guys that do data science stuff, you know that CSV is a pretty common format of things. And then this ends at NFS deploy, so I got to add these last two ones to the book still. So I got stuff to keep doing. But my goal is to have, so we're on the 21st. I plan on having, by the end of this month, I plan on having the book finished. It's on LeanPub, but I want to get it finished so people feel pretty comfortable about it, people that have been using it. And then also, oh God, I got a paper to write for this week. I got a paper that's due that week. So, and then I'm going on vacation on the 3rd. So I'm going to be down to Mexico from the 3rd through the 10th. So I have to write a paper in the next few days here, and then also get ready and write a paper before I go on vacation, because I'm not going to be writing it when I'm on vacation. That's insane. Except for the middle box that introspect your packets above the IP layer. It's possible, Inspector. That's definitely possible. Okay. So, what else do we have for today? Looks like you guys are just getting back from ad break. We have talked about Ansible. We were doing Ansible stuff. We've been doing Ansible the whole day pretty much. But if you were just sitting around thinking about what we did so far in the labs today, if anybody's been sticking with me the whole time, or if anybody goes and looks at this later, we started back here in 10, and we started with vaulting secrets in Ansible. And then we added some pieces around going and studying and reading it. Then we came down here and we did the message of the day push, where we pushed messages to all of our servers on our environment, right? And I asked you some questions about it here. This stuff is deeper than what's in the lab. The lab, you could just push buttons in the labs, guys, and it'll finish it for you. But this is more for like your understanding. Then over here we did system facts and grouping, and I was explaining to you guys that this is one of the more important things that I do in the systems world. Like you have to understand how your facts work on your servers, because you can do a lot of really powerful things by grouping servers up in certain ways, right? Then we created users and pushed some keys around and did that kind of stuff. We did some package management stuff, and you guys saw that there's a better way to execute packages than the older way of looping through things, because you only have to execute the package module, the apt module in this case, one time, as opposed to recalling it over and over again with loop. And then we came down here and we looked at galaxies and roles, and then we did our web server deploy, which was our most recent lab there. And then we'll do our packaging cleanup stuff next. So, but we'll take a little break on that. Let's go check on Ranger. How's Ranger doing? He's doing good. How's our environment doing? I need to patch and update my servers. There's Ranger. No, that's old. Anybody that follows, it immediately shows Ranger on the screen for the most part. But here's our lab. This is all in the last 6 hours. Here's all the people. Let's do the last 3 hours. Here's all the people that have been trying to get into our servers for the last 3 hours. Mostly using root. Some are just using some bullshit accounts. Yeah, it's all bot stuff here. All bot. Sometimes I look for outliers if there's anything that looks funny. ES is Elasticsearch. You can still try that. People are always trying for default. People are always trying for default users. People not changing passwords on things, which is the first thing you should do before you ever expose anything anywhere. All these root ones, you guys know that they're useless because my Etsy SSHD doesn't even allow root to log in. So you can't even log into root through my SSH service. And then these people get banned forever, which is over here. You see them get banned. This is their individual bans here for the last 90 days. But then if we go to like the last 3 hours, here are people, how many people are totally banned out of our server with failed to ban. Which I'm a big fan of failed to ban, if you guys don't know. I think that's a pretty good tool for a lot of stuff. Failed to ban. Fail, the number 2, ban. Whatever. CCV doesn't, or CC doesn't always, not CCV, CC doesn't always work very well. Yeah, how's it going, Python or CPP? Yeah, we're just doing a little bit of systems work today. Doing a lot of lab stuff. I've been good. I've been very busy. I think so. I had to update my resume the other day. It was kind of weird for me because like I'm normally, I try to be pretty stable at work, but one of my contracts is coming to an end. The contract that's like my most of my time. So I am moving over to possibly a different contract. So I have contract work with my company, but they're going to be moving me over to another thing. So I had to update my resume, even though all the people that are on the contract that know me already are like, bring this guy over. I still got to go through the process of getting through the, I got to meet the managers, and I got to meet the other team. They're going to ask me some technical questions, and same stuff that I do, right? I'm fine with it. I don't mind getting in and talking tech with pretty much anybody, anything they want to know about me. So, try to give them the best breakdown of how I do things and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, this is the company I work for. I do contract out to different pieces. I will not be a manager. I will still be I will still be technical. No, I will fight out of management forever. You guys don't know. No, in the new project, I'll be tech. I'll be a tech guy. This will be another cog in the wheel. But I have other contracts with the company, but they're not full time enough. So they have to get me on a different one that'll. Typically, it's like one task takes up most of my time, and then I just do other tasks as well. And then it's actually kind of cool. Any of my other tasks get billed straight hourly, so then I just get paid for those, which is kind of nice. It's kind of a nice way to do. It's kind of nice, like when a company does that, because I could just be salaried and just go work on projects, but because since I work with this company a lot, it's kind of like I'm expected to do above and beyond. I get paid straight hourly for it. So it's kind of nice too. If I have to work more than 40 hours in a week, it's 40 hours in a week is my baseline for my normal work anyways, but all my other stuff that I do, I get paid straight hourly for it as well. So it's kind of a cool thing, because most of the time when you're an engineer, you're all salary, which is also fine, but it's nice to know what's going on. Why is this red? Why is that red? I know I did just change that off of 90 days, but that's still weird to me that turned red. Why is that? So, this is interesting. It's within the window, it gives me the mean. So I wonder if these are green because the window was bigger. Let's go last 1 hour. Yeah, see, so the last 1 hour, those are high. Let's go the last 6 hours. It drops down. Let's go last 24 hours. They go, look. Oh, so that's a logical failure. I need to fix that. Look at that. The further out in days that I go, the lower my mean average was dropping. I don't like that. So I'm having bad performance right now, but I'm not seeing it because I'm looking at a 90-day average. This average should be for like the last 5 minutes. Does that make sense? But I have this set where it's the mean of all the responses in the time, and I don't. That's not good. It's the mean of everything. I need it to be the mean of the just last 5 minutes. This is V window period, and that's not. Yeah, no, that's not. This isn't what I want, guys. Because look at this. If you're always doing the last 90 days average, when are you ever going to be in? When are you ever going to have bad? That's, you know. But in the last 3 hours, I'm getting really bad DNS response times. Those are terrible. Those are really terrible. I wonder if it's just because I'm streaming. Anyways, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that much. All right. I think I'm all labbed out, guys. I don't have any more labs in me. So here's what we're gonna do. Thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Did Ranger pop up? Where's Ranger at? There he is. Oh, there he is. There's Ranger telling us that he's not interested in anything we're doing. I found the most just the clip of Ranger that's like just the most I don't give a crap, and I put that down as my my little Ranger thing there. So maybe a black hole when you're otherwise reflective and they already know what you're up to. Hidden them on only ghost them, just waste. That's pretty funny, Inspector. No. I'm typically I don't want to say I'm a model employee. I probably watch Netflix more than the average person, but I do get a lot of stuff done. And all of the stuff that I get done, guys, and I'm not exaggerating this, most all of it has to do with my Ansible. Ansible has helped me tremendously. I could do everything in shell scripts, right? I've been doing shell scripts in Perl a long time too, but man, if Ansible isn't just nice, right? Like all this stuff that we've been doing, we've deployed whole environments. Oh yes, Ranger is very motivational. Yeah, Ranger, look at him. Look at him. He's just not impressed with anything we do, guys. He's just not. As an internet. That's funny. Okay. What else we got? Let's go find somebody to raid, guys. Let's go to my little end of stream. I got my little end of stream thing here. I also have my intermission. I haven't pulled intermission up for a long time. I need to start doing this more. Pulling up intermission, telling you guys about going and practicing your loops, because I think loops are important. Know how to loop over things. And then here's our little end of session terminate user. That's no good. Let's go find. Let's see. Let's see who's out there for us to raid. Who's out there doing stuff? Let's find people that have raided me. I think we've been raided by somebody. Let's go look in the same category. Let's see what's going on here. Somebody's doing something fun. Somebody's got to be doing something. Is Last Miles on? Oh, let me go look. There he is. Yeah, we'll go hit up Last Miles. So, thanks for coming by, guys. I will see some of you later on. I will definitely be on this next week, still working on some of these labs. So if you want to keep doing the lab stuff, do that. And I will see you guys later.